Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fans, beautiful to see you here on this Mayday, May 1st, Friday, 2026. We only got one thing to talk about tonight. It's going to be Mayday. Mayday protests all around the world. But first, some shout-outs. Mozart, PB Lou, and Young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Jetman, Douglas Worth. Echios, also here. Arvin Trevino, Pitchfork Dragon. Big Jerry. Perfect Cell, Fishbone. Sean Elkerns. Was it me? With the bits over on Twitch, Ducky, and Noah too. I'll put some sunglasses on here. Tinfoil hat.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Well, today is the 140th anniversary of Mayday. That's right, 140 years. Let's start this puppy off here. God damn it, I've already lost my place in my list. How it's even possible, I do not know.
Every first day of May, streets and cities around the world are filled with marches, rallies, and people carrying signs recognizing International Workers' Day, also known as Mayday. But what exactly is Mayday, and when did it begin? The roots of the holiday can be traced back to over a century ago to 1886, when the Knights of Labor, the largest workers' union in the US, called for a nationwide strike starting on May 1st. The goal? To secure an 8-hour workday, especially for factory workers.
This had been a long-standing demand for workers who often worked 10, 12, even 14 hours a day on the job.
4 days into the strike, a group of workers called for a rally in Haymarket Square, on Chicago's west side. By around 10 o'clock that evening, a line of policemen was approaching what was left of the gathering.
And as they were moving down the street in this line of policemen, somebody threw a bomb, homemade bomb, into the line of policemen.
The chaotic violence which ensued afterwards killed 7 policemen and 4 people in the crowd. 8 strike leaders were convicted and 4 were sentenced to be hanged.
And it was 2 years after that event that then the kind of international socialist movement, which was a very, very important movement in the late 19th century across the industrial world, declared May Day as a day of worker solidarity and action in memory of what had happened in the Haymarket crisis in Chicago.
With labor and immigrant rights historically intertwined, the focus of modern May Day rallies have an added element.
Let's do it! Let's transform the country!
In the United States today,
Megastar with the biddies over on Twitch. Hype train, a rare treasure hype train. Oh my. Wow, wow, wow. At level 2, participants save 35% on 5 or more gift subs. Ooh, very fancy. Very fancy, everybody. We're very close to 79% of the way through that train. A rare treasure train. The excitement is palpable. All right, let's keep talking quickly about the history of Mayday, moving on from the Associated Press to Al Jazeera Plus.
For millions of workers around the world, the 1st of May is their day. In the late 19th century, American labor unions were fed up. Fed up with being overworked, in dangerous conditions, and with little pay. So in 1884, the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions met in Chicago and had one major demand: an 8-hour workday. And on May 1st, 1886, over 300,000 American workers went on strike. 3 days later, thousands of strikers met in Haymarket Square, where a riot broke out between cops and workers. A bomb was thrown into the crowd, killing several people. It was called the Haymarket Massacre. And today, May 1st is known as International Workers' Day. While every country's workers have a different history behind May Day, they all commemorate those who have and continue to give their lives for workers' justice.
Well, hopefully this is getting you all in the mood for some Mayday protests. We got a lot of them all across the planet. A lot of stuff happening here today on this Mayday.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Sneaky Sidux Purple Rock.
Megastar with a sweet, sweet gift sub to Sneaky Sidux Purple Rock, who also didn't even notice donated 67 bits. Slightly under the number of bits needed for a cha-ching and notification, but there we are. I'll give you one for free. Wait, is that Fran? It is Fran. I'm just realizing this is such an old video. Francesca is still on the thumbnail. On the end card. Look. Is the one, the only, the greatest host of the Bituation Room, Francesca Fiorentini. I was like about to move on for the video. I was like, I know that lady. I know that person. Six, 7. Ah, good point, Ducky. 6, 7. Well, we just completed the level 1 hype train. We're now at level 2 thanks to that last gifted sub from Omega, which means all gift subs, five or more gift subs are 35% off. It's a steal. All right. To MS now. Oh, wait, one more. Sorry. Forgot about this one. Here we go. Dime News. Last historical retrospective on Mayday.
WSNT_me
snap.
gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me with a beautiful gift, 5. Galactic sub to the community. Vlad, Amir, James from Kazoo. Pastrana on Rye. Pastrana on Rye, okay. Azrael Guru. And what the fuck, Donnie? Incredibly generous. taking advantage of those discounted subs
Immediately, if not sooner.
Smashed, but the audio of you, the presenter, is a bit low. Sometimes I can't hear what your comments are.
WSNT_.
The videos I can hear are
just
fine,
shared
though.
100 bits.
Greetings. Thank you, Babia. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just noticing that I'm talking sort of to the side of my microphone, and it requires me to talk directly into it. Okay, this will hopefully help. Is that an improvement at all? Because I haven't changed the levels at all. I just changed the direction the microphone was facing. Being a little lax with my posture. I think it wasn't me. I think it was you with the dono, the sweet, sweet dono. As well as more biddies. Look at us. On our way to completing a level 3 hype train. Sneaky Psyducks with 6 and 7 bits donated as well. Alright. Oh, right. That's why I was going to skip this one, because it's just music and subtitles. We don't need this. This doesn't get us hype. Alright. MS Now up next. MS Now from 7 hours ago. Nationwide Mayday rallies. I still hate that name. Worst name ever. Just switch back to MSNBC. Come on. What is
MS
this?
Now's Ariel Hickson is live on the National Mall, where a protest is just getting underway. MS Now's Namdi.
Cookie just shared 100 bits.
Ducky, thank you for the space corgi. You know, this is a complete tangent, but as we've seen in recent past, randomly changing your name for no good reason is a terrible idea. Meta, X, 2 examples that come to mind immediately. And just go back to MSNBC, pretend you never did it, and we'll all forget about this horrible decision, MSNBC.
Anwu is covering Mayday events in Minneapolis. Also with us, Eddie Glaude, professor at Princeton and an MS Now contributor and political analyst. Ariel, from the Washington Monument, an event that is the centerpiece of today's action. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Where's my...
Well, Chris, you can see and hear a really energized crowd right behind me, just steps from the White House. This, as the president is getting ready to depart for Florida. I don't know if you can hear some of the helicopters as well, clearing the airspace for that to happen. This, as thousands are gathering here today to get the attention of President Trump to key issues when it comes for immigration, economic issues, federal rights for workers, as well as environmental issues across the country. It's all part of Mayday Strong, a nationwide effort calling for no school, no work, no shopping across the country, all to create a real economic blackout that is happening right now. Now, I spoke to a number of really passionate individuals who say they're quite concerned about what's happening overseas and how that's having quite an impact on the economy here today when it comes to inflation and gas prices. Take a listen. Why are you here today?
To be a part of our community, to hold our governments accountable for, to voice our concerns, what's going on not only in our country, but other countries, how what we do affects everybody.
You have families that aren't able to eat. We aren't able to put gas in our car to drop off our kids and pick them up from school. We have to figure out we should pay the light bill or put gas in the car. It's disheartening rather, but it's embarrassing.
Now, in about 10 minutes, this crowd is about to gather together and march
immediately,
right past
if
the White
not
House.
sooner.
At some point, there's going to be a concert where union leaders are expected to address the crowd, get them energized. At this point here in Washington, D.C., it's especially significant that this crowd is gathering because this area has the highest rate of unemployment in the country, according to the Department of Labor. That unemployment rate is at 6.7%. There's a number of former federal workers in the crowd who say that today is extremely important for the Trump administration to pay attention to for the future. This, of course, is one of thousands of events that are happening across the country, calling for justice, calling for a number of different groups to come together and really focus on the rights of just so many people.
Thank you so much for that. Keep us posted how things are going there. Namdi, you're at an event in Minneapolis. Tell us about the mood and what you're hearing.
Yeah, you know, we're at an event that really speaks to the intent behind Mayday, which of course started amid efforts by workers to advocate for better working conditions. That's what we're seeing happen right now behind me. You can see these are all Local 17 hotel workers. They're union workers that are currently striking as they try to push their employer to give them about a $2 to $3 wage increase. They tell me the goal is just to get a basic living wage. They tell me that the struggle has been real. People I've spoken to have pointed out that this is a largely immigrant, largely lower income workforce. One that I will remind you is still recovering from the surge of immigration agents we saw in Minneapolis, and that surge disrupted business. You know, I just spoke.
Yep, the policies of the Trump administration have been oppressing everybody. Pretty much. Workers, businesses. Certainly small businesses. Big businesses doing perfectly fine. All right. To democracy now. Next. No school, no work, no shopping. Workers, immigrants to lead thousands of Mayday protests.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in Boston. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. Workers around the world are rallying today to mark May Day, International Workers' Day. In the Philippines, thousands of activists rallied earlier today in Manila, calling for higher wages and an end to the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran.
At first, you might think there's no connection. But as we saw when the war in the Middle East broke out, crude oil and gasoline prices shoot up. There's a domino effect. Prices increase across the board. Gasoline prices rose by more than 100%, leaving our jeepney driver colleagues with very little income. Many of them no longer want to go out and drive because they can't earn enough.
In Argentina, thousands of workers rallied in Buenos Aires Thursday ahead of May Day to condemn the economic and labor policies of Argentina's far-right president, Javier Milei.
Unfortunately, today in Argentina, the economic situation and the economic plan being carried out by Javier Milei's government are seriously affecting the situation of all workers, which deteriorates more year after year. People are very angry, very dissatisfied, and they will make that demand felt by taking to the streets of Buenos Aires and the rest of the cities across all Argentine provinces.
In our last segment, we're going to talk with an investigative reporter about her work in India on a people's history of invisible India. But here in the United States, organizers with the May Day Strong Coalition say 3,000 protests and events are scheduled for today, with organizers calling for no school, no work, no shopping. On Thursday, Democracy Now! Spoke with Nadine Dominguez, founding executive director of Organized Power and Numbers and organizer with the Mayday Strong Coalition.
And so we're standing up to say that in this country, really, the billionaires are the only ones that are profiting and benefiting from our harm. And tomorrow, May 1st, to celebrate International Workers' Day and standing up for all workers in the country, we're calling for taxing the rich so our families, not their fortunes, come first. We're calling for no ICE, no war, and no private armies to serve an authoritarian government and power, and to expand our democracy, not a corporate rule.
We're joined now by two guests. In Los Angeles, Pedro Trujillo, the organizing director at the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights and the coordinator of the LA Mayday Coalition. And in Chicago, where one is also Stacey Davis Gates, president of the Chicago Teachers Union, president of the Illinois Federation of Teachers. We're going to begin with Pedro in the streets of Los Angeles. If you can talk about the organizing that's going on in Los Angeles. Last July, immigration agents in SWAT gear and armored vehicles descended on MacArthur Park, where the largest planned rally is happening today. Can you talk about the scale of ICE activity now and the particularly targeting of workers as we discuss this on International Workers' Day?
Good morning, all. And we were just a few hours away from our major demonstration here in MacArthur Park. And as you said, we are standing on the ground that was utilized as a space to intimidate the community just over 6 months ago, close to a year ago, here in MacArthur Park, where Bovino and company descended on MacArthur Park while kids were out here in the park playing. And we have not seen the scale or operations that we were seeing in the summertime and up until the end of last year, but they're still operating in our communities on the day-to-day basis. We're still hearing stories of family separation, of cruelty, and a lot of cruelty in the detention center still. And so that's why we're bringing our group together. That's why we see such a strong coalition coming together, over 120 organizations and unions here in Los Angeles endorsing this march. We haven't seen this level of support, of engagement in a very long time. So I'm really hopeful that we are able to advance our demands, which is that we want no wars. We want education, healthcare funded instead of wars. We want citizenship for all, and we want that people's dignity and that their lives are actually valued, right? That they're not taken as ways of making money off of people's bodies and their lives.
Yeah, I'd like to bring into the conversation Stacey Davis Gates, president of the Illinois Federation of Teachers and of the Chicago Teachers Union. You're speaking here from Chicago, the birthplace of Mayday. Back in May 1st, 1886, thousands of workers in Chicago protested and went on strike demanding an 8-hour day. Could you talk about the efforts of your union to get the public schools to basically shut down so that students and parents and teachers could participate in Mayday protests?
Thank you for that. Listen, in Chicago, our union is ran by high school history teachers. And so we thought it was necessary to wrap ourselves in the history of this great city and its interconnectedness to the workers' rights movement. 4 years after the Haymarket affair, our union was born. In order to make this holiday mean something to the families of this city, you have to speak to the young people and their parents. And so we were able to negotiate an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with the Chicago Public Schools to engage all of our children in teaching the truth about Mayday and creating academic freedom for all of us to understand where our empowerment comes from. It comes from community. How do we practice it? With solidarity. And these are the most patriotic and American lessons that we can learn, especially on the 250th anniversary of this American story.
America! Fuck yeah!
All right. Let's keep this Mayday going. God, I'm so out of it today. I woke up so late. Oh, I barely managed to get together for a stream. I have been really struggling to get to sleep lately. Like, really struggling. Just been lying in bed for hours, unable to fall asleep. It's not a usual thing for me. Usually at least there was a time where I felt like I had no problems getting to sleep, but lately it's been very difficult. Okay. All right, let's start going through the clips now. All the live streams that we got. Starting in the West Coast. Seattle, Washington.
Today, thousands gathered in Seattle for Mayday. The history dates back 140 years as a fight for American workers' rights. Recent rallies have focused on areas of concern for community members. Fox 13's AJ Janavel is joining me now. And AJ, you spoke to people today about what specifically brings them out to march, and what did they tell you?
Sabir, it's interesting because there's several rallies throughout the entire area. We were in one neighborhood of the city earlier. Now we're down in the Pioneer Square area where another rally has started. Now, while this all started decades ago as an effort for workers' rights, the people who are rallying say that goes hand in hand with a lot of the issues that communities are seeing today. Things like the federal administration, as well as ICE.
This is what democracy looks like.
We are fighting for a better quality of life for all people who work for a living and resisting the federal administration's attacks on immigrant workers.
Thousands making their voices heard, concerned and unhappy with the current state of the world.
We need to end all funding to ICE and abolish the agency. I think workers need to be paid more fairly for the labor that they do. I think we need to end the billionaire class. And I think that overall we're not going in a very good direction right now.
While they rally together now, people say the efforts need to extend past the excitement of the day.
This is when the movement comes out, right? And obviously, you know, whenever any kind of struggle or mobilization comes forth, protests are an extremely important first step to be able to start building towards the kinds of organization that is needed. Of course, protesting is not enough, right?
For many of these people, that means making sure the right folks are in office, who will represent their goals. And while there are many voices at Friday's rally, they say they need to be united to bring change.
Poder lograr salir adelante. If we fight together, we're stronger. We have to be strong and together fight as a one.
Now, there are rallies throughout the areas I mentioned, including in Tacoma, Olympia, and Linwood. This rally here behind me is expected to march. They're here in regards to a FIFA World Cup, making sure that the immigrant workers who are a part of Lumen Field will be protected. Sabir?
Okay, workers in Seattle protesting here on Mayday. Now we're going to travel down the coast to Oregon, where more rallies were taking place today. KGW News to get us started off.
Well, your time now is 5:03, and today is May 1st, also known as Mayday. It's a day traditionally filled with action and activism.
It looks like there are several events planned across the Portland metro area. Sunrise reporter Thomas Schultz joining us live from downtown Portland. Thomas, what's on the agenda today?
Yeah, guys, well, look, there are events all over the place, like you mentioned, Matthew. Here in Portland, there's going to be one at noon at Southwest Park in Jefferson. That's where we are right now, pushing for workers' rights, and also this year pushing back against the Trump administration. Down in Salem, they're also going to have one that'll kick off at 11 this morning right outside the state capitol. Thousands of people are expected to be in attendance at these events across Oregon. Historically, Mayday events honored the contribution of workers, so organizers are asking people to not go to work or school today and refrain from spending money. Organizers expect big turnouts to Mayday events here locally and nationally.
We're demanding, ICE out of our state, a pathway to citizenship for our immigrant communities, a fair economy, and democracy for everyone.
And throughout gatherings across Portland, law enforcement will keep watch to ensure the First Amendment events remain peaceful.
You bought it before the nicotine vape ban? Do you live in a place where nicotine vapes are banned? Nobody can explain to me why it's beneficial to society to ban nicotine vapes. Like, I haven't heard a single decent argument. While tobacco products, pouches, dip, rolling tobacco, cigarettes, cigars, those remain legal. Nicotine vapes are somehow worse for society? Somebody explain that one to me. They can't do it. It's a nonsense fucking regulation. That's on behalf of the tobacco companies. It's the kids. You can't just say the kids. I know that's what they say, but it's a nonsense argument. You can't just say the kids. Why is that? Why aren't we making the exact same argument for tobacco? See, like it's dumb. You can't just arbitrarily bring up children. But that's what they do. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, explain to me why everybody should have to change their behavior because kids exist. Alcohol not banned, kids exist. Tobacco not banned, kids still exist. Guns not banned, kids still exist. All sorts of stuff we don't ban, kids continue to exist. And yet, things like nicotine vapes attacked. It's because of profits. It's because of the profits of the fucking tobacco companies. That's why. Because they can't control the vapes. All right, KATU News, Portland. Streamed 3 hours ago.
I want you to walk with me this way so I can show you a little bit of the signage here. Check out this billboard that says abolish ICE. This is some of the sentiment that's here today. A lot of solidarity with other movements. It's not just about ICE today. There's folks holding pride flags. There's folks raising awareness for workers' conditions. Like I said, solidarity is the word tonight. Now let's walk over this way because I want to look at these folks over here. They're about to march. You can see several flags being held up, and I want to give you a look, and I'm trying to read what they say for you. The main sign says, defend migrants from Oregon to our homeland. It looks like it's the International Migrants Alliance that's holding this. If I'm going quiet, it's because I want you to listen to some of the chants. Thank you. Who are you with?
We're doing it in groups.
Who are you with? Alrighty, I am back on camera and I'm here with somebody who's come out for Mayday.
Sunny.
Sunny, nice to meet you, Sunny. Sunny, why are you out here today?
I'm basically out here because I wanted to see a community really get together, and this is amazing. Of all the people that have come here together today to support this cause and who are against, you know, the Cheeto idiot. So, you know, you might want to edit that out. But
this is a live stream like we spoke about. That is okay. Tell me what cause you're here for.
I'm here for rights, basically rights for everybody. Doesn't matter
Is
if, you know,
did you just say you need to edit out the word idiot? Is idiot a swear word all of a sudden? You can't call people idiots? Oh, God. Oh, poor KATU News. They heard the word idiot.
no! If you don't have a green card or you're not, you know, we all.
Okay, the volume is so low for this video. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's terrible. I don't know why they can't get a decent microphone. But the levels are so bad. You literally can't hear anything.
Alrighty, if you turn around this way with me, looks like hundreds, if not thousands of folks are about to march off of Southwest Main. So we're walking with them. It looks like the Portland Association of Teachers is leading this march. You can see they're holding signs. One sign reads, "If you think wanting schools fully funded is greedy, you should meet a billionaire." That's one of the signs held by a protester who's standing with Portland Association of Teachers. They are leading this march right now. And they are advocating for migrant justice, as you can hear in the chats.
Now! Migrant justice! Now!
Migrant justice! Now! Migrant justice! Now!
Migrant justice!
Oh. As you can see, protesters are walking in the middle of the street. We already saw some road closures happening.
Now! Social justice! When do we want it? Now!
All right, looks like they've stopped.
Social justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Social justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Social justice! When do we want it? Now!
Okay. We're going to keep moving our way down the West Coast from Portland down to LA, where a massive Mayday rally moved through downtown Los Angeles.
Mayday events are happening all across the world on this May 1st. Here in Los Angeles, a march is getting underway. It started as a rally at MacArthur Park and is going to head to Grand Park in downtown LA. That's where CBS LA's Luz Delia Caballero is live. Luz Delia, what are you seeing?
Well, so far, plenty of people excited about what they are expecting to be thousands of people coming to Grand Park from MacArthur Park. Right now, you can see plenty of vendors starting to set up, signs continuing to be made ahead of the crowd that no doubt will be making its way here within the next hour. Some of these signs we want to show you here, Suzanne. There's one here that says, "Solo el pueblo salva el pueblo." Essentially what that means is the community, the people, will be the ones to save the people. And that is the unifying message that we've heard time and time again from the people who are here awaiting the thousands of people that should be coming back to MacArthur Park. We want to go ahead and show you some of the aerials right now. People are kind of standing around and waiting, following some speeches at MacArthur Park to make their way over to Grand Park. It is going to be about a 3-mile trek in and around neighborhoods traditionally that have lots of immigrant roots, and that's also a message that has been echoed here and that we expect to continue to be echoed is immigration reform. They definitely want some sort of immigration reform, and along with workers' rights, that is going to be a message that is going to be hammered in today. So that is going to be expected. As far as how long this will last, only time will tell, but organizers here say that they want to continue to get their message across, and they will anxiously and excitedly wait for the crowd to make their way from MacArthur Park right here to...
I'm glad I'm not the only one who finds the music, whatever this DJ is mashing up in the background, to be off-putting. This is one of the strangest mashups I've ever heard. It's like this really ambient, like, spa music with... What is the name of that fucking band? God damn it, I almost called them Three Doors Down. Oh, God, it's just a terrible System of a Down, that's what it is. It's a very, very strange mashup. All right, we're staying in LA for now.
Right now, thousands have taken to the streets for that massive Mayday rally in March.
Let's get right to Eyewitness News.
Beto-san Jr. Beto-san Jr. with the subscribe. The regular subscription, taking actual money and giving it to Amazon, giving it to Twitch. Get that sweet sub. Get all those sweet emotes. No more ads for Beto-san Jr. Thank you, Beto.
Sid Garcia live on the ground with a look right now. Sid.
Good morning, guys. We are at 7th Street and South Union Avenue. The march has not arrived here yet, but you can see LAPD traffic enforcement already closing off 7th Street here. They're going to come down Union and then head over on 7th Street to the Grand Park. Let's take you up to Air 7 and give you a look at what's going on here. Well over 100 groups are part of the Mayday coalition here, and they have organized this massive march through the streets of downtown Los Angeles. Now, the coalition for today's march theme is Solo el Pueblo, shuts it down, no work, no school, no shopping. They're asking for folks not to go to work, not to go to school, and no shopping today. As I mentioned, there are more than 100 groups that make up the coalition. Along with immigrant rights groups and labor unions, you've got faith-based groups and social justice advocates. Before the march this morning started at MacArthur Park, organizers talked about their message for today.
We, the people, are the power that will ensure that our elected representatives respond to our needs, our vision for a better life, good paying jobs, affordable housing, and ICE and Border Patrol out of our communities. ICE out of LA. This is International Workers' Day, and we're fighting for more dignity, more fairness, more opportunity, and a real chance for working families to thrive. Because under this administration, too many working people are being pushed to the brink. The rising cost of living is stretching families thin, while policies continue to target and divide communities, especially in our immigrant communities.
Organizers of today's march and the LAPD are asking that this be a very peaceful march and rally. We're at 7th and Union. The march getting started, you can see from Air 7 from MacArthur Park. They'll eventually make their way down to Grand Park, across the street from LA City Hall for another rally down there as well. In the years past, we covered this. They've always been peaceful, but you may recall 19 years ago in 2007, the Mayday melee. I was covering it that day and I got a rubber bullet to the calf. But since then, it's been mostly peaceful, and the folks just want to get, the organizers just want to get their message out there, protecting the rights of immigrants as well as workers. We'll have more for you in later editions of Eyewitness News this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. We'll get to ABC 7's live coverage of Mayday in a second, but first let's take a look at the drone footage from above the protest, showing all of the people walking through the streets. God, it looks beautiful in LA right now. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people showing up. Look at them all. Okay. Now to the live stream from ABC 7. I like it. Oh, right. I don't think he runs them anymore, does he? So there's no sound for this live stream, but thank you, Omega. Oh, wait a second. I'm just realizing this is not. This is. I think this is in a different city. I think this is in Philadelphia, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. Looks like it is. Yeah, that ain't no LA. Well, I thought I had a live stream from on the ground here for LA, but I was tricked. Someone said that Hassan did a live stream at a rally. I assumed it was a live stream in LA, but apparently not. Looks like it was in Philly. So we'll get to that later. From LA, I did this in the wrong order. Whatever. Let's go to the Bay Area.
Happening today, the 1st of May, means Mayday events around the world supporting international workers. And in the Bay Area, it also usually means protests and rallies.
Today in the Bay's Bob Riddell live for us this morning. And Bob, talk to us about this. So will the focus be any different this year?
There could be a greater focus on the rights of immigrant.
You hope I don't take offense to that. You hope I don't take offense to what? I don't take offense. I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know what you're referring to. So I'm assuming I don't.
In light of the aggressive tactics by ICE agents in recent months. This is video of Mayday protests and rallies from last year, and we expect lots of large demonstrations today throughout the entire Bay Area in support of those workers and others. Mayday, which is also known as International Workers' Day, is recognized worldwide. This country has been marking this day for over a century in recognition of the unions who were fighting for better workplace conditions back in the late 1800s. San Francisco will be the site of one of the largest Mayday rallies, which will be at 2 o'clock today at the Civic Center Plaza across the bay. In Oakland, there'll be a rally in Marsh and Fruitvale, again, also at 2. And here in the South Bay, people in San Jose, they're going to march to City Hall for a rally. Again, that also starts at 2 o'clock. In East San Jose, students from several high schools plan to walk out of class late in the morning, early in the afternoon to meet at Story and King for an eventual march downtown to City Hall to show their solidarity with immigrant workers, especially, again, those who have been targeted recently by ICE. Reporting live, Bob Riddell, Today in the Bay.
Well, hundreds, perhaps thousands of people will soon take to the streets throughout the Bay Area and celebrate and fight for workers' rights the first day of May.
Of course, also known as May Day. NBC Bay Area's Bob Riddell joins us from the Mexican Heritage Plaza. He's in San Jose. A lot of young people there getting a lesson on the meaning of May Day, Bob?
Correct, and as you mentioned, May Day is also International Workers' Day, which is recognized not only in our country but worldwide. As you can see, as you mentioned, being celebrated by young people this morning here at the Mexican Heritage Plaza in San Jose. This country has been marking this day for over 100 years in recognition of the unions who were fighting for better workplace conditions back in the late 1800s. And this morning, elementary and middle school students with the Alum Rock Union School District, many of whom are Hispanic, they are celebrating and standing up for those worker rights. It was a celebration of their own arts and culture with student performances, poetry readings. This May Day, however, carries extra significance given the heavy-handed tactics used by ICE agents in recent months to track down and intimidate undocumented immigrants and workers throughout the Bay Area and the rest of this country. What would be your message to ICE?
To stop hurting families, stop tearing us apart. Like, we're one big community, we're all the same.
The fear is real. We cannot deny that the fear is real, that we are under conditions that make that fear very real for everybody in this community. But what I know from organizing and what we learned from generations and generations ago, starting in the 1800s, is that the only way we combat that fear is by coming together, not being allowed to be silenced, and taking the streets together and having thousands and thousands of people say, not here, not in this community, not anywhere.
Oh, there you go. People standing up for their rights in the Bay Area today. Now let's talk about people standing up for their rights. A little bit of a detour here. The Jacobin live stream from earlier this evening. Matlack. Dave. I always forget his last name. Gruskin? Something like that.
Welcome, everybody. Happy May Day. My name is David Griscom, and y'all are watching The Jacobin Show. I'm joined, as always, by my good friend and brother, Matt Leck. How you doing?
I'm doing good, David. Good to be here with you live on International Workers' Day.
Really excited to be doing this and being able to do it live. That means we'll be able to do things a little bit differently to all the wonderful people in the audience. This is your day on the Jacobin Show and all over the world, so we're going to be really excited to be able to take your questions. We are doing a May Day special here at Jacobin. There are links for y'all to be able to get really incredible deal on Jacobin magazine, both digital and the print version. You can get it for $1 in digital and $10 for print subscriptions. We have this link. Let's see if we can put it up for everybody real quick. If you use the code Mayday2026X, you'll be able to get that. You can also find direct links on social media. We're going to be joined by many wonderful guests from Jacobin and from all across the great country. Really looking forward to having these conversations and being able to celebrate with all of y'all. Before we get into bringing on some of our guests today, I did want to take a second and kind of remind everybody about what this day is and why it's so important. May Day is our day. May Day is the day of the working class, and I figured it would be a great way to start by looking at some words from one of the great American socialist leaders, Eugene Debs. This is a speech that Eugene Debs gave when he was in prison. Let me start it off here. Eugene Debs. On this May Day, let us stand upright and be counted. We need to be united. We need to get together. We need to feel the common touch. The world will always be against us if we are not for ourselves. You who produce everything, you who really create, you who are conserving civilization, how can you endure to think that you are the bottom class, the lower order? When you go for a job to the master class, you work upon conditions which they prescribe. You depend upon them for the tools, you work for their benefit. But now, look into the eyes of your brother and see the new light that is shining there. We have endured. We have been oppressed. We have suffered. Now let us unite and stand together against capitalism. Let us unite industrially. Let us establish the service qualification for industry. What they call, quote, the dictatorship of the proletariat simply means no work, no vote. Unless one serves society, he cannot enjoy the protection and comfort of society. Let us working men establish the absolute rule that since labor creates all wealth, all good things of right belong to those whose labor has produced them. The doors of the prison may clang shut upon our bodies, but they cannot imprison our souls. A few of us may fall, a few of us may die, but the great movement goes gloriously on. It cannot be long now before it shall triumph. Our emancipation, the emancipation from the power of the ruling class, cannot long now be delayed. On, comrades, with renewed resolution, with courage, mounting ever higher. We are right, and the right will win. Really wonderful words there from Eugene Debs, somebody whose work I have taken tremendous guidance from throughout my life, and somebody who I'm thinking about celebrating in addition to all the comrades who have come before us and all the people in the fights today. Just a quick programming note, we're going to be taking questions from the chat throughout. We're going to have a lot of guests, so get those questions in. We'll try to get to as many as we can as we bring in multiple guests throughout the program. We're going to be joined in just a little bit by Micah Utrecht, the editor of Jacobin. But before that, I think we have a very special guest from the Philadelphia.
Okay, well, if you want to know what else they talked about on Jacobin, you're going to have to go watch it on their channel. But I just figured we would pop that in here for a little fun. Just going to skip ahead here a little bit.
Thanks, guys. Happy Mayday.
Happy May Day. See you soon.
See you, Megan.
Well, folks, this has been so much fun.
Oops.
Joining and being in the chat. Oh, am I okay?
I accidentally moved you instead of
sorry. Really appreciate everybody joining us and hang out with us on this May Day. We got just a couple minutes before we run, Matt. I think we have a couple of clips we could maybe play. If anyone has any last minute questions, something you're itching to get on the Jacobin show, put it in. Unfortunately, Michael Burns had a pretty significant tech issue and wasn't able to join us live today, but we will certainly have him on the program. People should check out his YouTube channel as well. While Matt's getting this clip ready for us, I do want to remind everybody.
Sorry, which clip, David? Just real quick.
Your dealer's choice, my friend. We can maybe talk a little bit about the Hassan freak out and clothes, maybe if you're looking for something. But we are running this incredible deal here at Jacobin. Our May Day special, $1 digital subscriptions, $10 print subscriptions. You get that by using code Mayday 2026X. It is an incredible magazine. It has brought so many people together. It has influenced the world, literally, as we see this democratic socialist movement continue to grow. And you can be a part of it by supporting it. You not only get all the new stuff that's coming out, but you get access to the incredible archives. I was actually just flipping through one of the older editions on the kind of radical potential of the Civil War, something that I think we could all use a little bit of a revival of. But before we go, and unless anybody has any questions, I wanted to talk a little bit about this Hassan thing. We've interviewed Hassan on this program. Matt and I have done some stuff with Hassan in the past. Respect his work immensely. It has been an interesting turn of events, though, over the past few weeks, where it seems the entire media is obsessed with one question only: whether or not Democratic Party politicians should be speaking with Hassan. People wouldn't be surprised by my answer to that. They should, because he represents, I think, a growing and important segment of American society and of American politics. But I think what they really fear is somebody like that who kind of is bucking the stereotypes and the attacks that we often get on people who share our politics. And I think that whether or not you're a big Hassan head, I would suggest that you become one. But even if you're not particularly interested in his program, this is an attack on all of us, because what they're trying to do right now is to shut out this kind of discourse from the national conversation, because they are afraid of what has been happening as more and more people are resonating with these kind of ideas about democratic socialism, about a fight against genocide, anti-war positions, about human dignity, basically. And they want to shut those things out as part of, quote, polite conversation. And we shouldn't allow them to get away with that, which is why, even though some people might be a little tired of talking about this, and I get it, it's really important actually that we kind of speak with one voice against this, sorry to use the term, cancellation project that we're seeing. But let's play this clip here, man, if you can set it up for us.
Two clips here. This is a compilation made by, I think, Hasanabi Productions here, just of Fox News' coverage alone of our boy Hassan.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Pretty good at it there.
That is one of those things where it starts, it's like a word stops being legible as like having meaning when you hear it so much. But here is Hassan at a event for Chris Rabb, who is a candidate in Pennsylvania's 3rd district. Really great candidate. We had him on Majority Report recently, which was really great. But here's Hassan. He's in Philly to promote Rabb. Oops, I froze for a second. Give me 1 second. And I just wanted to share this link here. I got it. 1 second. Open this. I have to watch from here because I can't find it. Here it is. Sorry, just one.
Yeah, no, why don't you take that? Again, you can get $1 digital subscriptions and print subscriptions by using Mayday 2026X at Jacobin to subscribe to Jacobin magazine. Do you think we'll be able to get it?
Yep, got it right here. Here's Hassan in Philly.
If you're mad that there's never enough money for healthcare in this country, but unlimited funds to bomb other countries, well, you have an opportunity to make that change. You have an opportunity to let your voice be heard. For far too long, people have been told, myself included, that we have to vote for harm reduction. We have to vote because we have to vote against the Republican Party. We all know the Republican Party is bad. But you now have an opportunity to vote for something. And not just Chris, but you have an opportunity to vote for Medicare for all, knowing full well that he's going to fight that battle for you. You have an opportunity to vote for a jobs guarantee, endless militarism, ending the endless militarism, to make sure that every single dollar that we spend on new ways to murder children overseas can be spent here taking care of our children, taking care of your family members, to make sure that instead of spending all that money blowing up schools overseas, we spend that money on building schools right here. And this is a universal value that many of you share, and that's precisely the reason why the vote that you cast is not just for Philadelphia, it's not just for Pennsylvania, it's not just for even places like myself in Los Angeles, California, it's for people overseas as well. It's for everybody else.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason why people are trying to shut down that message.
And I think Micah brought this up, but the idea that Hassan just hates Democrats and wants to see them fail is actually not what they have a problem with. The problem is
because that's not true, right? It's just not a true statement. And they just keep talking about it. At least the Democrats, the liberals, keep talking about it like that. But even the liberals are cracking, Ezra Klein, some degree. Well, hopefully you're not sick of talking about Hassan yet, because we're about to go to the Hassan stream from earlier today. He was hanging out with Cory Booker, I think in Philadelphia. Although I don't know for sure. I guess I could go back further. I just don't know how much time I have here. Okay, maybe... Yeah, when he gets in the cab. Is that Carolyn Kwan? I think it is. Yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately lost their seat to Wesley Bell in the last election for basically doing the right thing. Corianica Bush, born July 21st, 1976, is an American politician, nurse, pastor, and Black Lives Matter activist who served as the U.S. representative for Missouri's 1st congressional district from 2021 to 2025. The district includes all of the city of St. Louis and most of northern St. Louis County. Cory Bush is a...
Actually, you know what? I take it back. This is out of order. I'm doing this out of order. I have more Philly stuff, don't I? I do, and that's not up until after these ones. Oh, God. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I'm sorry, everybody. This debated you on the Hassan tent. Oh, that's very mean of me. Sorry, Space Fams. Yeah, I've got a Minneapolis rally in Minnesota with Mercado Media. Just ended like an hour ago. That's where we should be right now. Instead, we are here in Philly. Makes no sense. We're going west to east. Why would we just suddenly go to Philly?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
God, it looks cold in Minneapolis still. Oh, God. Did I say Cory Booker? What? Did I say Cory Booker? No. That doesn't make sense. Look, I'm constantly trying to keep all these politicians' names straight in my head. I didn't do a ton of preparation for today, I'm not gonna lie. In fact, I did very minimal preparation. In terms of most of my streams, as you all know, that I'm meticulously put together, today was a little more lax. Because I woke up at 7:30 this evening. Completely unprepared. Exhausted. Not even... I didn't even get enough sleep. I just want you to all think about that for a second. I woke up 3 hours ago, and I didn't get enough sleep. Probably because I not only woke up halfway through my sleep, I didn't actually fall asleep until after. God, it must have been like after 3 in the afternoon or something. So I got like 4 hours. If I'm lucky. So I might say some wrong things tonight, I'm not gonna lie. It will be, of course, completely unintentional.
Everybody check into the stream if you could. Live in South Minneapolis, Minnesota, you guys. On Lake Street. Mayday protests ongoing. Thank you so much. If you guys can hear well. How about now? Yeah, it's getting better. It's also a lot of people out here, guys. The whole Lake Street's going to be full.
twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are.
Why are we talking about Vincent Adultman right now? Why are we talking about a Vincent Adult Man right now? Do we have a business meeting of some sort to do, or perhaps some kind of important grown-up thing going on? I'm definitely not 3 kids in a trench coat.
You're hurting the kids.
Welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it
People don't know who Vincent Adultman is. It's a very serious business person. There's definitely not 3 kids in a trench coat.
Hello, other grown-up.
Ugh.
Oh, cheer up, dummy. Your book is a huge success. Everybody loves you. You just won a Golden Globe. If you can't be happy tonight, maybe you'll never be happy again.
I'm sorry, they're supposed to be encouraging because it's super bleak.
Vincent Adultman, how are things at the old 9 to 5?
Good. I went to the stock market today. I did a business.
I did a business.
You're a little baby.
Honestly, I think one of my favorite characters from BoJack, or at least one of my favorite side characters from BoJack, who appears in like almost no episodes, is oh god, why can't I think of his name right now? St. Clair. What's his name? God damn it! It's Keegan-Michael Key's character, Sebastian St. Clair. Idiot. Oh god, we're not gonna go down this rabbit hole. We're not gonna do it. I mean, it is incredible how many people are out here. They just keep coming. They just keep coming and coming and coming and coming. Everybody's coming.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. I haven't had anybody say anything bad about him.
I said chinga, you said amiga, chinga, amiga, chinga, amiga, chinga, amiga, chinga, amiga. Trump says get back, we say fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back. Trump says get back, we say fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back. I says get back, we say fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back. I says get back, we say fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back. Trump says get back, we say fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back, get back, fight back. Trump says get back, we say fight back, get back, fight back.
Down with the Epstein
Talking about
clans.
Jeffrey Epstein. This guy's been talked about for years.
Welcome everybody, we're live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's Mayday, we're having a Mayday protest today. In solidarity with workers across the United States as they demand fair pay, proper taxing of the rich. Thank you. Ending United States funded wars in the Middle East. I kind of like a lot of issues, to be honest, which is all valid. Love your work, man. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Check into the stream, you guys. Check into the stream. Let me know where you're tuned in from. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We've had 3 streams. Hopefully it's all settled. Hopefully it's all squared away. And we're good to go. What are the comments you're tuned in from? Hit the like button again. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you're following on everything. I'm going to get in there now, all right? I hopefully also have the color fixed as well on the stream. A lot of my live coverage is looking washed out color-wise.
Look at this guy over here.
I have that fixed for you guys.
He's just chilling hard.
Alrighty.
Marching band time, okay. This trumpeter is fire. Yeah, those what do you call them? Flamons or something? Those are some nice flamons right there from the trumpeter. Very impressive stuff. Very nice accents coming there from the brass section. It's really bringing the mood up here. At I mean, look at how many people are here. It's like all of Minneapolis. I can't remember what the population of Minneapolis is, but it feels like everyone's out here.
Support independent media, you guys. We're live on the ground all winter out here. Viva la gente! Viva la gente! We're not live on the ground all year out here, guys. Again, everybody, we're live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mayday protests across the country. Protests across the country. Been having live coverage in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in New York City. This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. From what I can see, one of the bigger Mayday protests of the day so far.
I'm glad the communists showed up too. Got 12 communists over here. For a second, I thought that was bringing up the rear, but then I realized there was just a large pickup truck between them and another sizable. I mean, that's a giant fucking crowd. How long has they been? All right, 15 minutes. We've been watching this for 15 freaking minutes. Speaking of, thank you, Mercado Media, Status Coup News. Everybody go subscribe. Go subscribe. Come on. Come on. You could be watching these things live over there.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
The tongue individuates the notes. Okay, look, I'm not a trumpet expert, unfortunately. I always wanted to play trumpet, but it's one of the musical instruments I mean, I've picked up a trumpet. I can make notes happen out of it a little bit, but I can't. It's in B flat. Like, I mean, I don't have. When I think of it, just hurts my brain thinking about how all that actually happens.
On the picket lines, and so I want to do this chant in honor of them, okay? This is a repeat after.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this here stream. Can't watch the whole thing. You and Soul Life are going back and forth on musical things. I see. Alto sax in middle school on your marching band. Very nice. Yeah. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong goddamn thing. Not thinking. Music is a beautiful thing to have in your life. You know, and you guys don't have to, but best to start young. I feel it's hard for people to pick up instruments later in life. I've noticed that people want to. I'm not saying it's not possible. I've seen people do it. But I see more people pick up instruments and then drop them later in life than I do see people like it's way more frequent that I see people pick it up and drop it like 6 months later. A year later, guitar's picking up dust. Instead of people picking it up later in life and actually succeeding in becoming a good good guitarist or whatever they're trying. It's usually guitar. I'm not gonna lie. It's usually guitar. Riffing, not yiffing. I was trying to figure out what you meant by that. I just interpreted it as being talking. But yeah. I mean, I picked up a guitar when I was like 13, 12, 13, I think. But I'd already been playing piano since I could barely sit upright. But when I try and play other instruments, because I have, like, I never like bought an instrument, but I've been like, hey, let me borrow your, like, because I've been in bands, like a bunch of different bands. Like I was in basically every single band. School-wise, right? Like school-wise bands, I was in like practically every single one, starting the minute they could put me in it. And then, you know, a whole litany of other bands. But it's always, you know, to play like keyboard or something, usually, or piano. Rarely do I pick up another instrument. I wish I could be more fluent in other instruments. Like, yeah, like I said, I could, like, kind of play guitar. Can make notes happen on a trumpet, but I certainly couldn't read music. But everything else is just, it might as well be Arabic to me. I don't speak it. Play for you. What are you, the fucking Phantom of the Opera? Play for me, my Lord of Music.
Underscore 9505 just cheered 100 bits. Play for us. The great GSL provide us a concert.
I couldn't hear that one over the music just now. I tried to pause it, but I was too slow. Play for us, the great GSL. Provide us a concert. Yeah. That is funny. You're a funny guy. You make it sound like I like I have the ability to do such a thing right now. You think I got time to be practicing? Like, just ask yourself. I spend 5 days a week, 12 hours a day or more, working on this goddamn stream, managing the Discord, working on the election stuff. There was a time where I practiced 5 hours a day. I was literally in school for music at one point. But there's no way I could just randomly put together a concert for you right now. It would suck.
Columbiarican underscore 9505 just cheered 100 bits. You got this, GSL. You are a man of many talents.
I do not got this. I do not got this. It would be a shitty concert. It's still in there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I still play randomly. I absolutely can. I can play the music. I used to be, receive money for playing music at one time, But for me, I mean, I'm kind of a perfectionist. And so, I wouldn't just really, especially for the stream, right? Like, sure, if there was a piano in a bar, in a coffee shop, what have you, sure. But that's different. That's a different situation. That's an impromptu situation with zero expectations. Wow. Self-doubting Streamlord equals worst, most annoying form. Wow, Christopher Tablante. Hurtful. That's fair, though. That's fair. You're entitled to your opinion. Probably true. Enrich my soul, GSL. It helps with the despair. Thank you, NR. This enriches my soul. This helps with the despair. The streams like this especially. These slightly chiller streams where I don't have like an 8-hour show put together ahead of time that I don't have like some concept of a plan, like some real, the regular streams are quite a lot of effort. People may not realize that for me, but a lot of production. This is enriching my soul big time right now, just so everybody knows. Just so everybody understands. Big time enrichment happening right now. Honestly, and I'm not being sarcastic, in case anybody's wondering. Like, seeing these thousands and thousands and thousands of people here in Minneapolis all together, yelling with one voice, speaking to the powers that be, their frustrations. It is in fact cathartic for me. Like I know that it's not legislation. I know it doesn't change the laws, but these as simple acts of solidarity are actually meaningful to me. Having you all here with me to do it, also meaningful. I'm not being, like, I'm not kidding when I say that this is genuinely enriching experience for me. It's true. Also, I keep stopping it when I could just lower the volume and keep I'm just on autopilot. I'm just used to pausing shit all the time. I could just do this, and you can probably hear me perfectly fine.
Escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha.
I need more tea. I'll be right back.
Benny Hanna 99 just subscribed for 7 months. 7 months, yo. I too love seeing people in the streets getting busy. Mayday. Labor always. Fuck management. Also, Mayday was the name of Grace Jones's character in the 007 movie A View to a Kill.
No, I'm running as a candidate. Oh.
By the way, we're going content goalless today. If you haven't figured that out yet, we are 2 hours into the stream. I haven't mentioned it one time. I do want to mention a generous donation over on PayPal. 10 bones. Oh shit, I forgot to update this. Ugh. I forgot to update multiple things about this. Oh, good and bad news. Somebody very generously donated $150 on PayPal last night. I don't know if they want it to be made known for that donation. It was done after the stream was over. They told me directly about it, but I don't know if they want to be anonymous or not, so I'm going to remain on the airing on the safe side and just say thank you to you. You know who you are. 10 bones from Perf, though, on PayPal. Message on a scale of 1 to 5. How was the song that I sent on Discord? I don't know. I don't think I've listened to it yet. You tell me, Sam, you want me to listen to a song at me specifically on the song or something like that? Hopefully nobody abuses that. All right. Stick it to the cleaning bots. Am I sticking it to the cleaning bots? Do we want confetti? Is that the thing? We need confetti? So we need a goal? I mean, we can do a confetti goal. I can add up what some arbitrary, like we can do a normal size goal for confetti for today, starting the stream. We're probably halfway through we're probably maybe more than halfway through a goal. We already had a level 2 hype train on Twitch today. We're probably nearing confetti. And if you want some sort of arbitrary goal to shoot for so that we can have confetti, I'm down for it. But just know, everybody, that we're going to get all of the Mayday stuff that I've got for us tonight. That's going to be all we talk about. It's all, but just because today's no work, no shopping, no, why can't I think of the other one right now? My brain just broke. Wait, what just happened to my soundboard? Why did my soundboard just cut out? What the shit? I have to reopen that. Okay, yeah, we'll do a confetti goal. I'll figure out. We'll do a purely confetti goal. I'll figure out how far we are in a theoretical regular content goal. This seems like the thing to shoot for, I suppose. If everybody's been shooting for confetti, we might as well just stick with the normal goal. But just know, you know. But, you know, since it's Mayday, I'm trying to be in solidarity here. No work, no. Now I'm just forgetting more of them as I go. My brain is so fried today. I should have gotten sleep. I should have gotten more sleep. I think people know what I'm saying. I think people understand the premise of what I'm trying to say right now. I've completely lost track of what I was doing. Oh, right. I was going to skip ahead in the status coup video because it is long. I see frogs, though. I see frogs. We're going to start where I see frogs. Oh, look at the glorious frogs. The frogs have infested Minnesota. Invaded? No. Those all sound too negative. The frogs have arrived. Or were they not there all along? I have no soundboard. I can't. What the pick? Come on. Load. I don't know why you've decided to crash on me. It's very unusual.
Not for war and deportation.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. I'm trying to be quiet so the cleaning bots don't hear me. I will lead them to the airlock after we hit the confetti goal. Ma ah ah ha ha.
Why are you luring the cleaning bots? They do good work around here. What is this plot? What is this nefarious plot to lure the bots to the airlock? Listen to the harmonies. Okay. Grandpa with the mini tuba. The camo gear is fucking hilarious. This guy is a champion. Also, where did he find that thing? I've never seen a mini tuba before. I fucking love this guy. It is popping here in Minneapolis for this Mayday. Truly incredible showing. Wow, Minnesota really knows how to protest. I mean, look at the sign. We around here, we take our protest signs fairly seriously, critiquing and or that's really not the word I'm looking for though. We talk about the pros and cons of signs out here all the time. We're always we're watching protests. This right here is S tier signage. Okay, we actually might need to start like a tier list of signs at some point in the near. We've done tier lists in the past. It's been a long time since I've trotted out that device, but may have to do a sign tier list at some point. This thing is S tier right here. I need a picture of this sign. That's how good this sign is. Screenshot this puppy. There we go. I mean, look at it. Look at it. It's a two-sided King Trump card with Epstein files in hand and moving sword hand. It's incredible. It's even loud enough to sort of add to the festivities in an audible way. Look at it go! It gets better. The more I watch it, the better it gets. This is top tier signage right here. That is a really functional sword arm. You have to give it to whomever is holding. You can't. We have no idea. The bearer of this sign could be literally anyone, and maybe no one. Schrodinger's sign holder. Okay, we have no idea who's holding this sign, but this is a very well made sign. I mean, such functionality and design, form, truly incredible.
Motherfucking down! They built a motherfucking wall! We tear that motherfucker down! They built a wall! We tear it down! They built a wall! We tear it down! They built a motherfucking wall! We tear that motherfucker down! They built a motherfucking wall! We tear that motherfucker down! What do we want? Legalization! When do we want it?
Now that you're all saying it, I'm only just now noticing the tiny hands. It's the perfect sign. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's gonna say, they're coming to me, sir. This guy and/or girl and/or non-binary pal who made this sign is perhaps the best sign maker of all time. People, grown men with tears in their eyes, big tough guys, big handsome tough guys, crying like little girls.
You're a little baby.
What do we want? Legalization. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Legalization. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Legalization. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Legalization. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Legalization. When do we want it? Now. What?
There's a hopping protest here in Minneapolis. I mean, they are bringing it. I thought we saw big numbers in California. All right, I'm going to keep this moving here. Can't watch this whole thing from Mercado Media, who you should be, of course, subscribed to.
That's on YouTube.
Or else are you going to get live protest coverage? That's how I get my protest coverage. Them, Status Coup, and the very small handful of people who actually do live protest coverage. Mostly local media. And all that's getting bought up by Sinclair and these other type of conglomerates. This is not New York. Nope. This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. Still in Minneapolis. Still on the same vid. Just skipping around. Checking out what we got here from Mercado. Quite the display of protestation here. I almost called it the Windy City. That's Chicago. What's Minneapolis's thing? I'm trying to remember and I cannot think of it right now. Sorry, Minneapolis. Nothing personal. I can't remember everybody's motto. I should be better. Should have an encyclopedic knowledge of absolutely everything. Sadly, I'm just a man. Man with a human brain. Only remember so much stuff.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Back to the protests. The Twin Cities, thank you. Thank you. The Twin Cities, thank you, Fishbone and Killer Tom. Very helpful information.
You're a moron.
defeated. What? The workers united will never be defeated. The workers united will never be defeated. What? The workers united will never be defeated. The workers.
In Minneapolis.
Oh my God, sound
coverage continues. You guys are watching on status.
And then the bass drops. That was wild. I was over here jamming out with sound shots, and then that fucking it just blew my brain.
You guys are not done with Minnesota. I'm going to make sure Jordan puts Minnesota on the stream. I'll keep lobbying for more Minnesota coverage, you guys. We got a governor race this year too. I have a feeling it's all gonna come on back. It's all gonna come on back. But Status Coup News has been live on the ground here in Minnesota since the start of Operation Metro Surge. I know for a fact because they were in the vehicle with me while we were covering it. I'm live on Mercado Media, but I'm proud to also be hosting stream for Status Coup News. Support independent media, you guys on the ground here on the streets. Mainstream news is nowhere to be found in this massive protest. They come and they'll come and get maybe like a 20-second clip for their evening news feed, and then they will go home, and then they get paid a lot of money to do that.
Speaking of supporting independent media, as a result of our demonetization on YouTube, which we are working to get back, but in the meantime, now maybe the best time ever for you to consider becoming a member on Patreon. Especially right now. I'm trying to push it big time because Patreon has introduced a whole new platform. I think we might even be able to start live streaming to Patreon. I don't know. I haven't looked enough into all of the new features, but it's basically turned into a new long-form content platform with like an algorithmic recommendation system. You know, the creators you follow and support and or like the posts of now, as they will be recommended to you based upon the people you already support. Honestly, from what I've seen, my algorithm's already doing pretty good. Already getting content that I would generally say I would interact with that I might not have found otherwise. Yeah, we're near 2,000 on YouTube too, which is very frustrating to me that we are 9 subscribers away on YouTube from getting to 2,000, and we're now demonetized as of 2 weeks ago. It's a real bittersweet moment, sort of like kicking the
So support independent media. We're on the ground here for hours, sometimes months away from the family and everything. So continue to support independent media, you guys, as this protest continues.
Well, there you go, people. I think we've gotten a fairly good picture of what was going on down on the streets of Minneapolis today. Mayday, first day of the month. Speaking of which, I have to pay bills. Did not do that. Thanks to all of you. At least have enough to keep the lights on here today. What is that smell I'm smelling? I'm smelling a smell. A food smell. A delicious food smell. Oh god. I'm getting very distracted by that. Okay, focus. Focus, StreamLord. Everything's fine. Alright. Are we talking about how heavy a tuba is? I think a tuba is like 20 pounds. Maybe a little bit more. But NR is right. You do have to wear straps for marching band. I don't know if you have to, I don't know if you necessarily have to wear a strap unless you're standing. I think I've seen tuba players play tuba without a strap before, but seated. Because it's just impossible to wield standing. Like, it's just, you can't do it without the strap, right? Three stream streak for lowercase. Okay. Gotta start somewhere. There's some people rocking some absolutely massive streaks out there right now. I think I saw a 150 stream streak earlier. Can't remember who it was. I think it was either like Manda or Hermit. Some of you have been accruing incredibly long streaks on Twitch. Very impressive stuff. Galactic dedication unseen. By much of the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. I think... God... Yeah. Now seems like a good enough time for us to take a quick break. No, do I have any more from Minneapolis? No. Yeah, we'll take a break here before we move on to Chicago. Staying in the Midwest. We are back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, although less than normal. No more super chats or super stickers, unfortunately demonetized on YouTube, but we still have Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. But of course, we also have Throne if you'd like to contribute to the purchasing of various items that would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. Things like drinks and snacks and a new bed frame that we're currently crowdfunding. But of course, the very best place to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of the show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. And much, much more. Alright, everybody. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back.
Second Amendment, get rid of the First Amendment. They're bad. They killed the kids too.
All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Also, emotes only mode enabled on Twitch.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Yep, First Amendment gone. Killed him. Killed the kids.
You're hurting the kids.
All right. I'm gonna turn off emotes only mode, I think. I don't know how long it's been, but it's like, I think, I can't remember exactly, what was it, 2 minutes or something like that? It's not long. Just so people don't start losing their shit. Okay. All right, let's stay in the Midwest. You're moving from Minneapolis down to Chicago. Start us off with that is ABC 7 Chicago. 13 hours ago.
Good morning. Organizers are expecting more than 800 students to be bused here this morning to Rainbow Push headquarters from across the area. The Chicago Teachers Union says students will learn about voting, civil rights, community building, and advocacy just days after the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act. Stacey Davis Gates is scheduled to speak to the students as part of a panel. Now, kids who attend will be part of the half-day program here at Push and return to school afterwards. Others will likely attend the major Mayday rally and march beginning at Union Park and ending at Daly Plaza downtown. That rally begins at 1 p.m. The march starts at 2. Now, CPS is in session today.
Immediately,
but teachers and
if not
students,
sooner.
with permission, can participate in Mayday rallies. The mayor and the teachers union have called for civic engagement activities for those not participating in Mayday.
Oh, right, that's the other one. It's no school, no work, no shopping. Like, that's the thing I couldn't think of is the school one. My brain just like farted that information out and then back in again. All right, status Coup news up next. On the Mayday protests in Chicago, live on the ground.
All right, hello everyone. This is JT Siskowski for Status Coup in partnership with the Midas Touch Network. JT. Here on the ground in Union Park in Chicago, Illinois for the Mayday rally and march.
That's making me so sad. We don't have our badges anymore. We don't have memberships. We don't have our emotes, which we worked so hard for. Do you remember all the work we put in trying to get the emotes? All the memberships people started? Do you remember that? Now it's all gone. All gone.
In downtown Chicago, for those of you who are not familiar with the origination of Mayday, it is born out of the Haymarket affair that took place here in Chicago, not too far from where I'm standing, less than a mile that way, right behind the camera where you are. There was, in the 1800s, demonstrations led by workers for an 8-hour workday. And those demonstrations ended when someone, it's unclear to this day who, threw a bomb that went off, and that prompted a shootout where police gunned down workers in the street fighting for that 8-hour workday. We enjoy an 8-hour workday, a 40-hour work week now because of the efforts of the people involved in the Haymarket affair and other organizers besides that. And the people out here in Chicago are out here to honor that legacy and to fight for new rights for working people today. And that's some of the interviews that I'm going to be doing, some of the...
Okay, JT, thanks for getting us started off here. I'm just going to start looking through the footage now. I haven't actually looked through any of this yet. I'm just trying to soak it all in. I mean, there would have been no way for me to prepare for this, right? Just so everyone understands on this one. When I dedicated myself to the Mayday stream, I was like, yeah, this is one of those things I can't really prepare for. Because I've got, between everything here, just on the Mayday stuff, all of the streams from all the local media, independent media, clips, I got like 12 hours of footage. So by the time, like, and some of these streams just ended like an hour ago, right? So I would have had to be still like basically up until an hour ago or so, still watching these streams. 12 hours worth of them. It's just impossible. You want the Michigan Fist. Ah, God. You know what I want? I want the Michigan Fist sound shot. I need the Michigan Fist sound shot. It's so stupid. What's wrong with Cory Booker exactly? He get dropped on his head or something? He's always just, oh, God. He is just so annoying to me. We need to get rid of him. Isn't he up for election this year? I keep forgetting, because I haven't been working on New Jersey's elections at all. I've been working on the earlier primaries. Ohio, Indiana, Nebraska, some of those ones. I think Wisconsin too. Wisconsin? I can't remember which one. I'm sorry. I'm like multitasking. I should stop that. I'm trying to figure out if Cory is up for election right now while simultaneously switching to a different spot on the stream Did I even succeed? Oh.
And those who desire to work deserve to have a wage that allows them to have a...
Pardon me, excuse me.
Can you hear me, dude? We're switching around a bit, but we'll get it right.
That's some serious feedback going on over
They're
there.
trying to mess up our flow, but we ain't having it. Not at all. Ultimately, you all, we're here today to fight for a simple lesson my grandmother taught me. My grandmother who fought slumlords in North Kentwood, Oakland in the 1950s. What she taught me was that those who work and those who desire to work deserve to have a wage that allows them to have a decent roof over their heads, medicine to heal their bodies, and safe working conditions. Yes, we're the backbone of this city, but each vertebra must be steeped and fortified in solidarity and mutual respect for each other. So, as we struggle for safe and affordable housing, as we protect our neighbors, as we struggle for equitable education, safe working conditions, the right to organize at work, full employment, and the ability to vote without the threat of violence, we must stand united. Yeah! Right. Sounds like that's what we're here to do today. So I'm going to now introduce Jorge Mojica, lead organizer with...
Now, there's a bunch of different speakers here, but I'm actually, for whatever reason, more interested in what the people were doing after the speeches. Although I will go here. I think we all know this guy. I believe this is the mayor of Chicago. Noticed him immediately.
Immediately is not so.
Whoa, what's up, Chicago? Are you all ready to defend our democracy? Are you prepared to protect the humanity of workers across the globe? This is what democracy looks like. Happy International Workers' Day. The fight for justice continues. Over 140 years ago, there were some brave working people that stood firm, fighting for dignity, fighting for respect, fighting to make sure that the values of working people are front and center. And now here we are 140 years later with the same forces that killed our brothers and sisters, the same forces that work to undermine working people, the ultra-rich and the oligarch in this country and in this world, they are attacking working people again, but we are not going to stand for it. Is that right, Chicago? But I'm going to tell you what, here's what we're going to stand for. We're going to make sure that the working people of this city have all of the benefits that they deserve. Whether you are a tip worker, that's right, whether you are working at Starbucks, whether you are a public school teacher, or a child care provider, or if you work in a factory and manufacturing, all workers deserve dignity and respect. And we're not going to stop fighting until every single worker and every single working family in this city and in this country and in this world, that we get our fair share of the equitable distribution of the wealth. Are you right? Are you with me, workers? And so, listen, we're about to march and take it to the streets, but I want to make sure that people are absolutely clear. Whether you are a black worker, whether you are a white worker, an Asian worker, a brown worker, whether you have documentation or whether you've been here all your life, you deserve to be fully respected and regarded, and your humanity has to be protected. Are you with me, Chicago?
There's Brandon Johnson, mayor of Chicago, speaking to protesters on Mayday. right, let's go to the crowd. See who JT can find. JT's Koskowski. Who's JT gonna find first?
Now moving with the crowd here over towards the scene of the march. And I needed to get out of there because we were standing right next to the speakers, and I'm sure my ears are going to be ringing for the next couple of days because those speakers were loud. And as I make my way over to the scene of the march here, now would be a good time to remind you that we're on the ground, not just here in Chicago today, but we're going to be on the ground twice in New York City. We were already live there once, and we're going to be live there again after I am done here around 4 o'clock Eastern, and then there's a chance also that we might be live in Minneapolis at 5 o'clock Eastern as well. So we try to be in a lot of places here at Status Coup and report on the ground for a lot of different things. And if you've been a fan of us for, I mean, you don't even have to have been a fan of us for very long to have seen us on the ground. I mean, just hell, over the last year when we've been on the ground in New York, D.C., L.A., Alligator, Alcatraz, here in
all the places, it's true.
Over the course of a year, and we're only able to do it with the support
Don't tread on me
our
flag.
members.
Yes. Well, it's not an official Gadsden flag, I don't think. I've never seen that one before. Usually it's the coiled snake yellow flag. Don't tread on me. Never seen the snake on the striped flag. JT's struggling to find people to talk to over here. Oh, here we go.
You know,
we got an
it's clear
interview.
that affordability is...
Wait.
What's your name?
Sharon.
Sharon? Yeah. Let me put this microphone on you, Sharon, and let me get in front of you, and I'll walk backwards as we talk.
Okay. if you can fit.
I think we get this on. You good? Hopefully that's on there. All right. Let's, if we don't mind switching spots a little bit.
Sure.
Oh, it's tight in here. All right. Can I get you to say your name one more time?
Sure. It's Sharon Shapiro. That's Sheron. Last name Shapiro. Shapiro.
All right, Sharon. So why don't you start by walking me through your sign here?
So this was just handed to me, but I am a staunch supporter of one fair wage. Who are the people directly behind us? You know, it's clear that affordability is a major issue. And for years, corporations have gotten away with paying next to nothing, and that includes tipped wagers, tipped employees, I'm sorry. I personally have worked in restaurants where management has had you tip out the bartenders and also bussers. And so sometimes even the wages that you receive on top of the sub-minimum wage are not your own. So, you know, we're out here for many reasons on Mayday, being pro-union, being, you know, former NOLSW, United Auto Workers, being a current CTU member, and also being support of fair living wage.
So, I mean, wages is the issue.
Yeah, the fact is the tipped wage is a product of the Great Depression, essentially. Like, oh, I better go beg that robber baron over there in the corner for money because I can't pay you more. You know? And we just kept that around and continued to pay restaurant workers sub-minimum wage to this very day. Basically, I think almost every single state has a significantly lower minimum wage for tipped workers. It's like $3 or $4 or something ridiculous.
You're addressing the most here, and that your sign addresses is that, and you're referencing a lot of issues that could get you in the street. But is it wages that? What I'm trying to connect people to is one, the history, since we're in Chicago, the impetus for International Workers' Day is the Haymarket Affair. They're fighting for work days. Is wages the modern work issue? Like, what are the modern concerns for workers?
It's health care. It's, you know, everything that should be socialized that isn't. It's everything that makes life unaffordable. And it's solidarity. So when we're talking about the international workers' struggle, you know, it's not just about American workers. It's about everyone in the world and how we're connected and how we can help support each other so that we're not competing for scraps.
I just listened to Delia Ramirez on the stage talk about how she introduced a bill fighting for $25 an hour.
Yes.
Is that enough?
It's a start. It's definitely a start. But it's a start. It's a beginning. You know, it's not an end point. But Delia most definitely has the correct idea. We need to at least start there. There are states, fortunately not our own, but Indiana, where the state wage mirrors the federal wage, and that is absolutely egregious. Nobody can afford to live on that.
How would you like to see elected Democrats fight for this vision for a worker-centered movement here in the United States? What steps should elected Democrats be taking right now?
Well, the elected Democrats need to stop taking corporate money. They need to stop taking APAC money. When they're not selling us out is when they'll finally, you know, get on board with working people. Until then, they're going to vote against our interests.
Until then, they're going to vote against your interests. Are there any Democrats you want to call out in particular that you see as particular offenders here? Or,
there are so many. I mean, basically anybody who takes APAC, and there are so many, or AI money, or, you know, they're all connected.
This is just the first woman he found on the street. This is just the first woman he found on the street. And she's like, take them all down. Anybody who's taking APAC money, shut it down. She sounds like me. just some random on the street.
All the corporate Democrats have handlers, but that would include Chuck Schumer. You know, that would include. There's so many people.
Maybe an easier question would have been asking you to name Democrats who don't.
Right? Yeah, yeah. I think that is an easier
We will
question,
win.
quite honestly, Delia would definitely be one of those individuals.
Yeah, and I think
we will win.
You know, you immediately.
We will fight. We will fight, and we will win. We will lose our fucking seats in the Senate and in the House that will be replaced by actual functional human beings. Hopefully. We're still working on that. Speaking of which, Ohio, Indiana, you should be listening right now. You have a midterm election coming up on the 5th. We did a live stream on this the other day. I need to like put more chapters on my live streams. I need to like sit here and like go through all of them. It's just such a process. Like I have like 500 live streams over the last two years. That's kind of a crazy number. It's kind of a crazy number. Most of the vids on the channel are live streams. I think it's close to 500. Going through and chaptering each one of them, like timestamping them based upon topic, it's a task. Also, I hate listening to myself. I think most people hate listening to themselves.
Hone in on some of those special interests, the AI money, APAC money,
right.
And you're naming some of these special interests by name. I think there was a time, not even that long ago, where a lot of this would have been pretty opaque to the average American. They would not have known about APAC. I think at this point it's probably a household name.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these special interests are, what do you think is contributing to this becoming more of a widespread awareness in the American public?
Yeah.
Are American workers waking up to the fact that they have more in common than they do separate?
I think they are. I think also the struggle for Palestinian liberation has really put APAC in the spotlight, and APAC is so scared because they've become so unpopular that they've created these shell packs, which we also have to fight against. So,
and we saw them use some of those here in Illinois during your primary, where we were here reporting on primary night. Some of those.
That's right. That's unfortunately why Donna Miller is going to represent, our district instead of somebody like Robert Peters, who refused APAC money.
But you also did see some progressive wins that night as well. Juliana Stratton for the Senate, and she's actually part of kind of now a small group, but a group now of senators, progressive-leaning senators that are starting to win or surge ahead in primaries. You got Abdul Al-Sayed doing quite well in Michigan right now. Graham Plattner seems to have all but lapped up the Democratic primary in the state of Maine.
Yeah.
What's the? I mean, do you feel buoyed at all by that? Does that give you hope for the future?
I'm not sure that I would call Juliana Stratton a true.
You're not going to throw her in the bucket with the others.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not sure about that. I'm hopeful. We'll see what happens. We know that she's taken corporate money before, so hopefully she'll hang in there and she'll work for the people.
Damn. This lady's over here is spitting hot fire. A lot of criticisms for the Democratic Party, which I think is not what people expect, including myself. This is who knows what you're gonna get at a protest, the very large protest in a city like Chicago. I mean, she's just over here saying like all the things I've been saying about the Democratic Party, which is, I think, why. What's his name? I almost called him Kevin. What's his name? Ken. I think that's why Ken Martin is refusing to release the supposed DNC autopsy from 2024. I think it's pretty clear. I think there is a smoking gun. Actually, he keeps saying, the more that he says that there isn't a smoking gun, I think that, in fact, there is. Like, sort of a thou dost protesteth too much type of situation. And I think there is a smoking gun. I think it's pretty clear. AIPAC in Gaza, Palestine. Support for Israel, sending billions of dollars to a country doing a genocide, rather than just using it to fix our healthcare system or any of the other broken things in the United States. And people are so pissed off that they're just ready to end it. I fucking love it. This is what I've been saying. This is why we need to embrace the primaries with as much gusto as we possibly can muster. Okay? Like, you need it in your calendar when your primary is. You got to know right now who you're voting for your congressperson. If there's a Secretary of State race, Attorney General's race, Congress, not Congress, Governor, Senate, right? All of these things. Senate and Congress are probably the most important, but Governor too. Governors, those are the top three. But really, I mean, you want to know all of those candidates. There aren't races for each. There is one Senate race in each state, I think. But not a governor's race in each state. That one's staggered. But everybody's seats in the House are up right now. Right? We all understand that. Every single seat in the House is up. And we're just in the primaries right now. The general's not for 6 months. Well, not quite, but you know what I'm saying. And we could be putting candidates in the general right now with not that much effort. Primary is much smaller voting pool, tends to be, but which means, right, like an outsized amount of votes in a particular direction could drastically sway things. Which is why I hate the fact that we're not talking more about it. Well, I'm skipping ahead more. Where does JT find his next victim? The protests are huge here in... Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry. A furry has appeared. I'm sorry. Something has appeared. I think a bunny.
Mind if I interviewed you?
Sure.
All right. Here, I got a microphone I got to put on you, though. This will be tough. Yeah. Think you can get it under there?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Will this work?
All right, and I'll walk backwards and we can keep marching.
Okay, cool.
So can I have you start just by giving your name or however you'd like to be identified?
Yeah, I'd rather be called B Bunny.
The Bunny. Okay, so thanks for talking to me, Bunny. I really appreciate it. Why did you want to be out in the streets today? What made you want to be a part of the march?
Well, there's a number of reasons. First and foremost, I think, there's a necessary amount of solidarity among working class people, especially to address the confluence of crises that we have happening in the United States, not only the rise of authoritarianism and fascism in our government and the degradation of our democracy, but also the disentangling from our climate policy and all of the forward-thinking policies that we've had to support normal people and our ability to have a future. I think billionaires are really ruining our country.
All right, and you'll have to forgive me because I can't hear a word you're saying, but it will come through for the camera.
Sounds great.
So I just have to trust that you're answering my questions.
I'm doing my best.
All right. So why the costume? What made?
Oh my god. He's doing a completely deaf interview. He can't hear what you doesn't have headphones. Jesus Christ.
I want to put on. You told me off camera that it was an old Easter Bunny costume.
Yeah.
Why did you want to wear the costume today?
Well, it's multifold. So first of all, I'm sort of representing the non-human animals that can't necessarily understand what's going on, and like all of the life that will be subjugated to the effects of climate change. But also,
This is the Schrodinger's bunny of on the street interviews. JT is asking questions that he does not know the answers to. He's not getting the answers, and so he's just like listening to whether or not she's talking. Oh my god. Or they, I don't know how this bunny identifies. It's just wild. He has no idea what's being said right now. This is true journalism right here. Wow. You just take the microphone and talk.
like I know the rise of AI and the pervasive mass surveillance that's happening all across the country, but also in Chicagoland. I felt it was important to obscure my identity. That's also why I gave you a false name. But so there's several considerations. Plus, I figure like white bunny, white as snow, innocence, and especially in light of all of the horrible stuff that's been going on, and in honor of all the protesters in Portland. That's why I got my froggy up top as well, with the flag in distress. Because I really think it's a matter of life or death for our 250-year-old democracy.
I don't see the frog. JT, show us the frog, you son of a bitch.
How rude.
I'm sorry, that was rude.
I can tell you're giving great answers, so I can't wait to watch this back and actually hear what you're saying
I
later.
can tell
I'm
you're
glad
giving
somebody
great
crossed my camera in my
answers.
audience. But I've been asked.
Look at JT improvise over here. I can tell you're giving great answers, he says. Dude can't hear a word that they're saying. Yep. It's true. Somehow he was right about that. Even though he claims to not be able to hear this bass.
Everybody here in the crowd, or my
speaking.
goal is to ask everybody here in the crowd that I talk to. you know, we're walking to the scene of the Haymarket incident.
Yes.
That really is the origination for International Workers' Day.
Absolutely.
Across the world.
Yeah.
And they, at the time, they were fighting for work days, for 8-hour work days.
Right.
What do you feel like are the main issues facing workers today that necessitates workers being in the streets like this?
Okay, so I think one, I mean, we have ICE coming into workplaces and abducting people off the streets. So that's first and foremost. Secondarily, we just generally have disempowerment of workers across the board. Corporations have been getting away with murder. I think in the truest sense of the word, but I think that it's a time that like we start actually capitalizing on the fact that we have wonderful technology and resources to be able to allow people to have less work to do, have a more fruitful life, you know, invest in care that right now is.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's not the future that all the AI oligarchs, you know, including Donald Trump, because he's one of the oligarchs that's ushering this age in for us right now. That is not the world that they envision, right? They want to increase the productivity of businesses and capitalists, right? And eliminate workers without actually creating a system that would account for that, like on a human level. The only concern they have is of a capital accumulation and dominance in this particular field, this technology, is because they see it in terms of money and national security. They don't think of it as a way to benefit society. They think of it as ways to benefit themselves and benefit the war machine. That's basically it. That's the unfortunate reality. No matter all the utopian visions that some people talk about, none of these people are trying to usher in an age where there is a social safety net that exists that is adequate to deal with a world with less work. They're trying to make it like basically like mandatory. Like I was sure that they were going to start gulags at some point, right? Like it's insane. Like the sort of things that they're doing to force people back to work, right? I mean, Republicans were claiming that all the cuts they were making to Medicaid and SNAP and all the other benefits programs, it was to incentivize people to work. They're obsessed with people working, while they are simultaneously ushering in an age of less work, forcing scarcity in the jobs market, essentially, for humans. It was just automatically create suffering.
Cost rather than a benefit to our society. People don't have the time to take care of their loved ones. Instead, they have to pay for that service to be done by somebody else. So I think it's we need a reorganization, we need a recalibration of what our actual values are, and we need people in the street to commune, share ideas, and actually find our way forward. So I think it's important for everybody to stand up, not only for the people who are being disappeared, but also for the people who disappear from our statistics and the stories that we actually hear in the media right now, which again is capital controlled. So. We're living through a time where costs for workers is going through the roof. It has been for years. It was inflation during the Biden years. Now Trump is basically imposing his own inflation on the country right now. And playing market games. Through things like the war in Iran being the most obvious example. But what are some areas in your life where you're seeing those rising costs that is either impacting you directly or maybe your fellow workers or your family? I mean, like the first one that comes to mind is clearly gas. I mean, like I think the whole fib about how this situation was going to make us more energy independent was a farce. I mean, it's clear that the trajectory needs to be shifted towards renewables. But I think in terms of like cost of living stuff in general, I mean, both of my parents and my grandparents are having issues with paying medical debt. My sister is still paying off her master's degree and her student loans. I'm still paying off my student loans. I probably will never own a house because of the way that I grew up and my financial situation. And it's not like a matter of defeatism. It's just that is the situation. I don't have the time to be able to wait out the interest rates and such. Plus,
you know, we're also seeing the devaluation of the dollar and him playing games with Truth Social announcements that impact our global markets. So I think it's a matter of like cost of living generally going up in a way that's egregious and untenable. And we're only just seeing the beginning. Like, we're going to continue to see the dissolution of our agricultural systems and dysregulation that comes with the climate crisis as it unfolds. So, yeah, I forgot the question. I'm so sorry. I lost your question.
I was just asking, where in your life are you seeing costs going up?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, now, I just want to make something clear. Because I hear people talk about the devaluation of the dollar a lot. I don't know where it comes from entirely. It's sort of a what do you call it? It's not really a misnomer, but I think it's a misunderstanding of inflation. I think people see inflation and they assume it's as a result of the devaluation of the dollar. But if you look over the long-term trends, right, the dollar is higher than it was 10 years ago, right? And then higher than it was 6 years ago, higher than it was here in 2018, right? It fluctuates. And yeah, was it higher back during Biden's term? Yes. We were also seeing massive inflation, so we didn't really, we didn't notice it, right? It was also much higher back here, right? Jan 6th, 2025. We still had serious inflation problems. But now we still have serious inflation problems, and we've had a slight devaluation of the dollar, like a little over, what, 15% in the last 4 years, I guess. But it's not massive over a long-term outlook, right? We've seen much bigger swings in the dollar over much shorter periods of time in history. And we're really still on a long-term uptrend over much of the decade. Really much of the 21st century. I think people assume that that's what causes inflation a lot, but that's generally, I don't think what, at least, I mean, that's not what's happening here in the United States. Like, that's not the reason why we have inflation, because the dollar's down.
I would also say that the cost for access to nature is going up as well. And then I think also the human cost, like the loss of friends and relationships with people who don't necessarily understand the rise of fascism or recognize it as such. So that's been distressing as well. Seeing people that I thought were allies actually turn out to be more willing to accept hate than I am comfortable with. So there's been a lot of costs to pay, and I just hope that we have a future that it pays into.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
Yeah, just if anyone has the potential yard space or ability to, please support your native species in the area and native people's right to land back and other water protections, especially because as we go forward, if the billionaires get control of everything and they eat it all with data centers, there won't be a future for us. They don't believe in humanity, so please believe in humanity. Plant natives, support pollinators, do your best. And show up when you can. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I really hope that you didn't spend that whole time telling everybody that, like, I don't know. Hopefully you weren't talking shit about me the whole time. All right, excellent. Thank you for your time.
How can I find it?
Oh, yeah. So I'm a reporter for Status Coup. Yeah, take a picture of that. Yeah, that's where it is. We were live during that, so yeah. You did great. I'm sure you did great. I couldn't hear it, but you acted confident, and that's half the battle. Thank you. All right. I'm seeing some parents here with adorable kids. I'm going to try and get interviews with them. Got to get out ahead of them, though. Pardon me, sir. Yeah. I'm a reporter. I'm out here interviewing people about why they wanted to be part of the march. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Sure.
All right, I got to put a microphone on you.
If you can find a spot.
Yep. You've got a perfect spot right there.
Oh, perfect.
All right. Can I have you just start by
Look,
saying
he's
your
got
name
it.
or however you'd like to be
Yeah, his
identified?
Sure, Mark.
Ah. Wow.
All right, Mark. So, what made you want to be here in the streets today?
So many reasons, but there's a lot going on, and it feels a lot better. You see how many people are kind of aligned in the power we have collectively.
Yeah, and you're doing the same march that everybody else is doing, but you're carrying some extra weight on your back. I think both literally and probably as a heavy-handed metaphor here. You're a parent, I assume, here. So right now we're seeing a lot of rising costs in the United States. Workers are being burdened with things like rising gas. What are some ways that you and your family are...
Can you imagine if you said no? What a question to ask. You're a parent, right? Dude's literally carrying a small child on his back. Nah, I just found this one just on the street.
With rising prices right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything, right? It's literally everything. It's the cost of childcare. It's our struggling schools. We're sending money to a lot of places overseas, to lots of ICE services that we don't need. They're actually hurting our communities when it could be doing so much good for families and everyone.
I mean, you call out ICE hurting communities. I mean, you would have seen it up close here in Chicago last fall. Can you talk about how it may have disrupted your day-to-day life, or how it impacted you when it was literally that close?
Yeah, absolutely. So, live on the north side, but it was all over the city, right, and the suburbs. Like, it seemed to not matter. There was in Irving Park, very, very close to where we live, a Halloween parade for kids was affected by tear gas. It was just the insanity, just breaking of these norms that we thought were going to keep us safe, and we see that's not the case, so we're keeping each other safe.
Why was it important for you to bring your kid along for the march today?
We do a lot of these kinds of things. His mom is very, very active in organizing, and so we're here. A big part of it is supporting her and her comrades.
Well, there you go, people. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Thanks to Status Coup for the sweet live stream down in Chicago. Streets filled with people. A lot of fantastic takes from random people walking around. A bunny. Even a bunny. Okay. Not going to go too far. Just a couple states over in Ohio with a Mayday rally. I wonder who might attend such a thing. Hold on. Please hold. Who would attend the rally in Ohio? I'm trying to think. Maybe the senator from Vermont. Bernard Sanders. Oh, god damn it. I had this perfectly queued up and then it didn't play. Come on!
Thank you, Parma. What a turnout. And let me thank Valley Forge High School for allowing us to use this beautiful venue. Golem for the music, Mayor Marie Gallo, Nikki Antonio, Dan Schwartz for their remarks, and thank Congressman Chris DeLuzio for doing a great job in Congress. We all know why we are here, and we are here this evening to make sure that Brian Poindexter wins the primary election on Tuesday. And becomes the next congressman from Ohio, 7th District. Before I get into my remarks, I want to pick up on a point that Brian made, talking about his own background. So let me say a word about my background and tell you why what Brian was saying is so very important. He knows where he is, he knows where he came from, and he knows where he wants to be. And I had a very similar experience. I grew up in a family where my dad came to this country at the age of 17 from Poland to flee poverty, anti-Semitism, never had a nickel in his pocket when he came here. He worked hard his whole life, never made any money. We lived in a 3.5-room, rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. And what has always stayed with me is the struggles that my family had, my mom and my dad had. They were good parents, but always the economic struggle of not having enough money and the stress that that brought on our family. That's something that is in my gut. I couldn't forget it if I wanted to. And it's a reality that exists today all over this country. And the bottom line is that Brian understands that. And when he gets to Washington, he will remember where he came from, the people that he has worked with. And at a time when we face so many problems, he's going to be there fighting for the people of Ohio and America. So I very much hope that we can elect him. What I want to do this evening is do something very radical for a politician, and that is to tell you the truth. How's that? I know. Hard thing. And there are two truths that I want to go over tonight. One is, and I wish I could tell you otherwise, especially for the young people. I wish I could tell you otherwise. But we are living in an unprecedented and an extraordinarily dangerous moment in American history. That's the bad news. But the good news is, and I'm so proud of this, I have had the opportunity to be in every state in America, and I have spoken to God knows how many people, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people, met people in every state. We are a good people. We have good values. We are a compassionate people, all right? And if we do not allow Trump and his friends to divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or what our sexual orientation may be, if we come together as one people, as parents who want the best for their kids, who want the best for their aging parents, who want the best for the environment, if we come together, there is nothing that can stop us. No, 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 no. It is not Bernie. It is you. I'll do my job. We all have to do our jobs. So let me start off by telling you a little bit about what you're not going to see on TV or hear very.
I really think he's trying to quash any ideas that he's going to run again. Which I think it's fair. He's one of the oldest members of the Senate. You know? He's up there. How is 80? What, like 86 now or something like that? He's very... You know, he's... I feel like to some degree we ask too much of Bernie. I love Bernie, but we need 100 Bernies in the Senate, you know. And he's been going at this for so long. We can't ask him to go do anything other than what he's doing right now. You know, he's not running again. I don't expect him to run again. We need a better candidate. Like, I love Bernie, but I think we need a young candidate to usher us into a new age. Is he 84? 84, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. If he was running, I'd vote for him, but I don't think it, like... I think he's right, yeah. Like, it can't be about him. Like, he's on his way out. I mean, the guy deserves a few years of retirement, you know? Although, who knows if he'll ever do that. He seems like the sort of guy who's just going to keep working until he dies. He's got some sort of fire in there that refuses to stop.
In the halls of Congress. And that is that never before in American history have so few people had so much wealth and so much power. Today, in our country, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had before. You remember the Gilded Age? Much worse today. Today, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%.
Follow the rich way.
Now, you want to hear something really crazy? You got one man, Elon Musk, who now owns, listen to this, more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households combined. CEOs of large...
That is such a stupid and fucked up statistic. You know what that means? If we took all the money from Elon Musk and spread it around the whole country, it would double the net worth of every single person in the United States. Or just broadly double the net worth. Like, however you want to calculate. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, that is fucking insane. That shouldn't be possible. One man just redistributing that wealth could double the net worth of half of the country. So ridiculously unfair. It's beyond, he's right. It is beyond the fucking Gilded Age. It really is.
Profitable corporations now earn 350 times more than the average worker. People on top have never, ever had it so good. Last year alone, after receiving the largest tax break in history, fewer than 1,000 billionaires in America became $1.5 trillion richer. There aren't too many billionaires in this room, I gather. Over the past 6 years, billionaires in America...
I'm thinking about it. That sounds like a great plan. That sounds like a great plan. We should strip Elon Musk of all of his money, as well as a bunch of these other guys, and just redistribute it, because it's been ill-gotten. And they're terrible human beings. And we could just improve society broadly. Just by taking away all of Elon's shit, half of the country could have their net worth double overnight, and the public could own Twitter and Tesla. We could have a publicly owned social media platform and electric car company. Oh, and SpaceX, too. I almost forgot. Oh, and the satellites. Wow, so much stuff we could have. So many nice things. Must be nice.
Have more than doubled their wealth. And listen to this. According to the Rand Corporation, not exactly a socialist operation, over the last 50 years, there has been a $79 trillion redistribution of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So that is one economic reality today. Never before in history have the people on top had so much wealth and so much power. But there is another economic reality that unfortunately many of you are more than aware of.
I can't help but to keep talking about this. But like, let's not forget that Teslas cost, like, I think the base model Tesla costs like 3 or 4 times as much as the base model consumer Chinese EV. And if rather than building electric cars solely for profit, instead of doing it for the greater good of society, we could actually probably make EVs for a ridiculously affordable price and still be at least paying for the cost of producing the vehicles and paying the people to make them. We just insist on ensuring the profits of all of these car manufacturers, Ford, Tesla, GM, right? Like these guys profit to the tunes of billions of dollars every year, although Tesla's completely plummeting right now thanks to Elon. And the stockholders are trying to bribe him to go back to work on hyping the cars so that people buy his overpriced EVs. But fact is if we just turn that into a public company, we could probably, you know, get electric vehicles actually to where they need to be in this country. Although really we should be focusing on more on transportation, like public transportation. But I think we're capable of doing both. It's really we should shoot for the stars.
And that is that today 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Everybody know what living paycheck to paycheck is about. I grew up in a family living paycheck to paycheck. Many of you are experiencing that right now. What does that mean? It means that families are living under enormous stress. Mom or dad have to figure out how they're going to pay the rent, how they're going to pay the mortgage, how they're going to buy groceries, and what happens if somebody gets sick. How are you going to afford to go to the doctor when people have, in some cases, no health insurance or have very large deductibles? And what happens if your car breaks down and you can't get to work and you can't afford $1,000 that the mechanic is going to charge you? And what happens if your landlord raises your rent by 20%? You got to take your kid out of school. Where do you go? And all over America, that is what people are dealing with every single day in the richest country on earth. Millions of our people are desperately struggling just to pay for the basic necessities of life, while the people on top literally do not know what to do with their money. How many bloody yachts do you need? Come on. But it's not just the outrage of massive income and wealth inequality. When you look at our economy today, you see more concentration of ownership. While profits on Wall Street and corporate America soar, a handful of giant corporations dominate sector after sector: agriculture, transportation, energy, financial services, you name it. And when you have that kind of concentration of ownership, you got monopolies, you got price fixing, and we end up paying much higher prices than we should.
I just want to pause for a second and look at this. These are some of Jeff Bezos' yachts. Some, not all. Here's one with a bunch of sails on it. Here's a weird shaped one with a fucking helipad on the back. You can't really see it. A weird shaped one with a helipad on the back over here. You got this gilded monstrosity over here. I mean, it's out of control. He does not need all of those toys.
And when we talk about concentration of ownership, do not forget about who owns the media. Who determines what you're going to see on TV tonight? Right now, listen to this, as all of you know, Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world, owns X, formerly Twitter. Jeff Bezos, one of the wealthiest guys on earth, owns the Washington Post and Twitch. Mark Zuckerberg, one of the richest guys on earth, owns Meta, which includes Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, and Threads. Rupert Murdoch, a multi-billionaire. You have heard of Rupert Murdoch. He owns Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post. Another multi-billionaire, Larry Ellison, owns CBS, TikTok. But it's not just income and wealth inequality. And it's not just concentration of ownership and control over the media. In America today, the billionaire class is hell-bent on owning our political.
You know that Bezos gets more than $2 and 2 pencils. Yeah, no kidding. Each one of those yachts probably has more than $2 and 2 pencils on it. God, I just thought about what kind of dolls would be on a Jeff Bezos yacht. Oh, God. That's a disturbing image. Yeah, each one of those yachts clearly has more than 2 pencils on it. I can almost guarantee it. As well as, let's not forget all of the pencils that he probably technically owns as a result of, you know, vicariously through Amazon stock, right? Whether it's pencils that Amazon itself sells or has in inventory, or that it's like, you know, are being used for workers, right? You got to assume there's like pencils all over the place that Bezos technically owns. Millions and millions of pencils. You only need $2, 1 pencil.
As well.
Unless you're Jeff Bezos. Then you get 6 yachts, 3 islands, and more wealth than some massive portion of America. Wait, how much? Hold on. $197 billion. 283 billion. And I think Elon's like 600 billion right now or something. It's 800 billion now. Okay, so he's like a fourth. So if Elon Musk has more money than half of America combined, he has 800 billion, and Jeff Bezos has nearly 300 billion, a little less. It was 3 and 8. That's 37.5%, right? of 50. So he has more wealth than what, 16% of America? I'm doing the math in my head. It's not exact, but just Jeff Bezos has more money than 20% of America combined, or something like that. Should check that math.
You know, I come from a very small rural state. And in Vermont, in early March, we have town meetings. You got towns of 200, 300, 500 people coming out. And they go to a local town hall and they argue about how much they should spend on the roads, how much they should spend on the schools, et cetera, et cetera. They argue, and then somebody says, all right, how many people, raise your hand if you want this, raise your hand if you want that. And that's what happens. It's called...
Okay, this is approximation. I was close. 18.75%. I just did the math. Right. Just to prove it to you. Right. If Elon has 800 million, Jeff Bezos has 300 billion approximately. That's just 3 over 8. That gets you to 0.375. That's the percentage of Elon's net worth. Right. Jeff Bezos is worth 37.5% of what Elon is worth. So you just multiply that times 50, right? 0.5. That gets you to 0.1875. So I was close. That's basically the number that I had in my head. It's like it's somewhere between like 16 and 20. It was just like I couldn't be bothered to quite get all the way there.
Democracy.
That's the percentage of America, right? 18.75% of America combined. If Bernie's numbers are correct, we should just go down the list.
It's a radical idea that everybody has one vote. But that is not where we are today in our corrupt political system. As a result of the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, billionaires are legally able to spend as much as they want on political campaigns through their so-called super PACs. In other words, it's not complicated. You're a multi-billionaire, you like that candidate, you want to defeat that candidate, you put a few $100 million into a super PAC, it's coffee money for you. They run ugly 30-second ads and life goes on. You win. You beat your opponents. All right? That is not what men and women fought for when we talk about defending democracy.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that nothing that Elon's been up to lately was making him... Excuse me. Oh my god. He's not like physically doing anything to make all of this money, right? The only reason Elon has increased his wealth as much as he has recently, because let's not forget, like his net worth had plummeted at one point, is that Tesla's stock price is rocketing back up near all-time highs right now. So he's living the dream. You know, Tesla's a $1.4 trillion company. He owns some massive portion of that. And then, of course, he has all these other fucking assets lying around all over the place that are just making money while he does nothing. Like, everybody else is like doing all the work while he tweets. While he tweets and hangs out with the president and, like, dances awkwardly on stage at CPAC with fucking Javier Milei. How is that making money for Tesla or Twitter? It's not. It's not. Everybody else is doing the work. He's just literally just doing nothing.
Then we have our president. We have a president whose values, in my view, are so far removed from where ordinary Americans are. He is a pathological liar. He is an authoritarian who
I did
wants more
everything
and
right,
more
and they
power in
indicted
his own
me.
hands. He is somebody who virtually every single day undermines the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law.
Illegal.
He is a president who has, in an unprecedented and illegal way, created his own domestic army called ICE.
Illegal.
A president who threatens the media and our freedom of speech and assembly, and who literally wants to arrest or imprison political opponents who stand against them.
Right to jail, right away.
We have a president whose value system is such that he thinks that it's all right to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, and then in the same bill throw 15 million Americans off the health care.
This is one talking point that I don't understand why people are missing. But, like, this is, in my opinion, and I've been saying this for a while, but we have to stop talking about how Donald Trump gave the 1% a tax break and talk about how he gave himself a tax break. He is the 1%. He is a literal billionaire. He has more money than some, like, large, like, fractional percentage of the United States. Perhaps not as much as Elon, right? You know, but it's just like, it's just, oh my God. It's incredible. Like, he is the 1%. It's such a missed opportunity. We have to talk about him as the 1%. You know, he is the one he's giving a tax break to. He's the one. He is enriching himself with this tax break off of everyone's backs. The president is giving himself a tax break, which benefits him more than everyone else because he owns multiple businesses. He owns businesses, physical businesses, merch businesses, golf, you know, like golf courses, hotels, real estate all over the fucking planet. He's got a social media company, which is worth multiple billions of dollars in itself. You got all the crypto shit. I mean, the guy, he's got plenty of taxes that he should be paying right now, but as a result of the tax break and the cutting of Medicaid funding and everything else that they've cut, all those cuts are like literally just going directly to him, not having to pay taxes this year.
That they have. And then we have a president who several months ago,
like, you know,
in the middle,
like, you know, he's claiming that 500 mil from the Epstein ballroom as like a tip, right? He's like, no tax on tips. I got a beautiful $500 million tip from a very good friend for the Epstein ballroom. No tax. Meanwhile, I'm still getting hit for taxes. This is why I can't actually get the money together to pay for it right now. Very disturbing.
of the night started an unprovoked and illegal and unconstitutional war. A war which has not only led to the deaths of 13 members of our military, but thousands of civilians in Iran, in Lebanon, and elsewhere. And that is why, as soon as possible, we must end this illegal and unconstitutional war.
Illegal.
And by the way, this is increasingly becoming a bipartisan issue. You talk to Republicans out there and you ask them that when at a time they can't afford to fill up a tank of gas, when they can't afford food or health care, do they want us spending tens and tens of billions of dollars bombing civilian neighborhoods in the Middle East? And I'll tell you where we are beginning to make just a little bit of progress, simply responding to where the American people are. The American people are saying loudly and clearly no to the war in Iran and no to more military funding for the extremist government of Israel.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
When we began.
Sorry, I got some very raucous applause there. Ending of the war and the funding of the illegal government of Israel. All right. Let's keep this moving. We've already been nearly 4 hours on this stream. And we still got a bunch more rallies, protests happen this Mayday across the country. From Ohio to North Carolina. North Carolina. Actually, wait. Before I end that, I'm going to let Bernie finish his speech. It's just super long. He talks for like 45 minutes. Like, we can't listen to a 45-minute long Bernie speech. Love Bernie, but... Come on! Maybe if I was there in person, sure. But can't do that for the stream. Plus, give you all something to watch when I'm not streaming. You know? Speed it up a little bit. I guess I could do that. I feel like that'd be less good. I don't like listening to things speed up. I listen to them sped up, but I don't like it. I just do it out of necessity. I find it bothersome to the ear. So people talking like chipmunks. All right. Moving towards the end of this Bernie speech.
And you know what? It is not a radical idea to say that in a competitive global economy, all of our kids, regardless of their income, should have the right to get a higher education, either college, trade schools, without going deeply into debt.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, when I say these things, the establishment people, right wing, I get attacked for being a far left commie. Crazy person. Imagine allowing our kids to get a higher education without going deeply in debt. It's so radical, it's unthinkable. Well, to my mind, I disagree just slightly. I'll tell you what I think is radical. I think it is radical to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. I think it is radical to throw children off of SNAP programs, which...
You're hurting the kids.
I think it's radical to cut funding for education and housing and other basic needs.
This is ridiculous.
So, brothers and sisters, in this pivotal moment in American history, the future of our country, and in fact the entire planet, depends upon what we do. And we know that throughout our history, this is Valley Forge High School, right? All right, we know, we learned about it, how incredibly courageous it was for a relatively small number of people to take on the most powerful military in the world in the 1770s. We know the struggles of the trade union movement over the years. Men and women stood up and sometimes died fighting for decent wages and working conditions. We know the struggles of the suffragettes fighting to make sure that women in America were not treated as second-class citizens. We know about the struggles of the abolitionists and the civil rights movement to end racism in this country. We know the struggles of the gay community to achieve dignity. And every moment,
one thing I'd like to point out is that, unfortunately, we cannot legislate away racism. And it's got to be about radical acceptance and solidarity to some degree. In terms of how do I put it? Right? Like, I feel like sometimes we think that we can do that. Like, we can certainly legislate it to like what do you call it? Like punish people for doing things that are anti-LGBTQ. But it doesn't remove those people who are apt to do such things from society. And that creates something else, including a better economy that creates more opportunity for people to engage in less toxic behavior. But also like other things like in our communities that we just don't have right now that we need to work on. I don't know why I'm going off on this right now. Not a big deal.
in every moment in history, all of
Oopsies.
those moments, a small group of Americans back in the 70s, 70s taking on the most powerful military in the world. Give me a break. They did it. My point is, they did it then. We can do it now. So, brothers and sisters, we got a lot of work in front of us. Let's elect Brian Poindexter for Congress. Let's change this country. Thank you very much.
Yes, good. I'm glad he ended it with that, because that is where I want to go next. Shit. I have to reload my fucking soundboard again, because I connected another USB device to my computer, but I ran out of USB slots, so I had to whip out my USB, God, I can't think of it, switch. It's like a multi USB input, like you can turn on and off the USBs so you don't drain all the power. But I think the way I've set this up, I think I keep stepping on the cord and it just keeps turning it off. Or like unplugging my soundboard. Yeah, I need to do something about that. I'm gonna move this. It's a problem. Can't be having that. Okay. That better? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be kicking that. Okay, good. fact is, this NPC that I use has a soundboard. It's very old. I think some people have seen it. I've like posted a picture of it, I think, at one point. Can't remember if I did. But the USB cable on the back is a little loose. So if I kick the cable for that particular one, it just completely shorts it. Well, just loses power, doesn't short it. But then it loses communication with the computer and I have to reload it. That's very annoying. We work in there. And we're good. Great success. What's next?
Great success.
Oh, right. That's what I was going to do. Did I open this yet? Where is it? Ah. Okay. Just a reminder, everybody. If you haven't already, look into your elections in your local state. Bernie was just in Ohio. And he got some fairly decent candidates you could vote for in Ohio. I don't have one for each district, unfortunately. I have much more complete list for Indiana right now. But these are the people in Ohio. These are the people in Indiana that I've been saying are the best candidates. Not perfect. No one's perfect. But the best candidates, I think, in the races here in the House. As you can see, you can also get access to this spreadsheet through the Discord under the elections channel. The Discord keeps becoming more and more active, which is a beautiful thing to see. For the Space Fams community to continue. People on Vertical did not see the list. That's very rude.
How rude.
Don't worry, Vertical people. There's a list somewhere else. One of our other live streams entitled Ohio and Indiana live primaries or whatever. And you'll find that list there. I think them in full. I do need to repost it in multiple ways, though. That's on me. And complete it. Make sure it's fully complete. Look, I am way behind, and having lost $700 did not help productivity-wise. We are heading into May, and I feel less prepared than I was last week. It's actually a source of great frustration for me. Fucking hell, it's already May. I got so much shit to do. I gotta get on my game this month so hard. Cannot fuck around whatsoever. Right, I lost my place. But we're just doing Bernie, Ohio, to next up Philadelphia. Wait. Actually, yeah. Yeah, let's do Philadelphia next. Why not? Trying to think. Actually, no, this is wrong order. It makes more sense to go this way. I'm going to go to the south first, and then go up. Right, North Carolina, DC, Philadelphia, New York. Is that right? My brain's broken right now. My brain is broken, is that right? I think that's right. I should know that better. That was pathetic. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm like trying to imagine the map in my head right now. Yeah, it's below Virginia. All right, okay. North Carolina first. Starting in the south. Live stream WFMY News 2 local channel, it looks like, from 13 hours ago.
Ryan's gonna come here, and then Chris is gonna come here. Stay right here.
God, I am getting more and more hungry as the night goes on. Time is it? It's actually not that late right now. Although I think I might take an easy night tonight, Space Fams, since we didn't technically do a galactic content goal. Speaking of that, I don't think we ever completed the galactic confetti goal either. I also never figured out how much that was, did I? So it's basically what I'm saying. I think I'm saying it's my fault. Who donated today? Let's just go through these. Was it me with 20 bits? Noah for the resub on Prime. Was it me with the gifted community sub? That gets us to... It's like 20% already. 200 bits from Omega Star. Which triggered a treasure train. 67 more bits from Sneaky Psyduck's Purple Rock. Omega Star with the gifted sub. Treasure train unlocked. 5 community subs at a 35% discount. That gets us... This actually... We are actually... Is there more? Is there more here? Ducky 100. Wasn't me 100. Sneaky Psyduck 6 and 7. 6, 7. Columbia Regan. Bits. 200 bits. Benihana with a resub. Actually, I think we completed a goal and I just never noticed it. That feels like... I'm just counting here. That sounds like one of these here. Well, there you go, Space Fams. Confetti Party. Brought to you by Space Fams like you. Just for the hell of it. It means nothing, and yet, to some, it means so very much. All of your beautiful contributions is what is making this moment possible. Less on lessness. How long you figure you're going to continue to come in here and talk about Jesus? Like, it's been happening for a really long time. You also get timed out for saying inappropriate things. I'm just trying to figure it out. What's the motivation here? There's a few people such as yourself who have stuck around to some degree and continue to vaguely troll. It's confusing. It's a little confusing to me because clearly you're not a lot of reception, not a lot of. It doesn't feel like a lot of your comments are getting a ton of great reception from people, and yet you continue on. Hey, like you do you. I'm just seeking answers in life right now, as a considering. To this particular situation, not broadly speaking.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Woohoo, we did the goal. Now cleaning bots, come with me, there is some confetti by the airlock that needs cleaning.
Why are you doing this to the confetti bots, Columbia Regan? What did they ever do to you? They just keep the space station clean. Don't listen to Uncle Columbia Regan. He's being very silly right now. Thank you for the bids, pal. All right, confetti party over. By the way, I like the new highlighted messages. Like the new bit messages with the highlighted, like that's just like automatically highlighted now. Like with the purple, it looks nice. That looks nice. They tried to do a mutiny earlier. Recording when? I completely missed the. I completely missed the vacuum cleaner mutiny, but I'll take your word for it. All right, North Carolina, WFMY News 2, 13 hours ago. Teacher rally on Mayday. Why, John Q. Public? What is going on over here? I was not paying attention to you. More godless, commie, socialist bullshit from the walking hospice.
Morbius Doom 6,995 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Morbius, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. What are you doing? Why are you yelling in chat right now about godless, commie, socialist bullshit right now? I feel like I've seen your name a bunch of times. You're another one of those people. You know what? I think less on lessness. I think you'll find more friends over on Vertical. Right? That's what you guys should. I've come up with a solution to all of this. Hype train incoming. Oh, I think one more donation get us a hype train. 2 minutes to get it done. Okay. Thank you, Morbius. Whipping Q? Whipping? I don't know how you pronounce that. Receiving that gifted sub. But here, look, I think you two would really get along. You're talking about godless commies? Less on Lessness is telling us all about Jesus. You two are perfect for each other. You could go to Vertical, chat, and hang out together. It's perfect for you. I love this idea for you guys. Oh, snap. What just happened? How did we just get a hype train? Somebody just like secretly donate? How did we just get a what? There was no notification for anything else. Oh, there it is. Came in late.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. The cleaning bots are now floating in space. Maybe they can clean up the black hole. We can always order more.
Thank you for the clarification. And the bits, Columbia Regan. Wait, hold on. I went too far. Teachers
We're
rally.
going to get it no
Here
matter if we have to march every single day. We want this.
Asheboro City Schools is operating remotely today. Rockingham County already had this day off. Right now we have live team coverage stretching from here in the studio all the way to Raleigh. WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe, Kevin Kennedy, and Manning Franks are all there covering the rally as it is unfolding. So let's start right there in the state capitol with WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe.
Now, I would just like to point something out. You know, funds are limited around here, so we can't just go running around buying cleaning bots all the time. You know, I'm just thinking about the scenario more and more. I'm just thinking, can we really sacrifice cleaning bots to the black hole? I don't think so. Actually, I think that's an inefficiency that we can avoid. You know? I think that's, you know, an expense that we can definitely just cut out completely by just leaving the bots where they are. You know, they really didn't ever do anything to anybody. When you think about it, they've been very helpful to us. We don't even pay them. It's basically robot slavery.
The speakers on the stage just started a few minutes ago. This is the third time I've covered one of these rallies in the past 10 years or so that I've been here. And I will tell you that the crowd is just as enthusiastic this time. It is growing by the moment. There are still teachers coming in, including this group right over here from Alamance County. Marie actually took the train here this morning. Why'd you want to come out?
So it's really important that we get this funding for our students. In our district alone, we're missing 50 critical exceptional children's positions. This includes OTs, speech language pathologists, teachers, psychologists, interventionists, and these kids from our gen ed friends need some of these services that they're just not provided in our district because the funding simply isn't there. So we're here today to really get that funding for those kiddos because they deserve it. They deserve a well-funded public education.
How have you seen kids suffer because of those positions not being there?
So in our classroom alone, we share a speech language pathologist across our whole school. Around 50 to 60 kids. That's an insane amount of kids to try and speech language, critical communication. Kids who have critical communication needs those services. She is stretched so thin.
Yep. I have a close friend who's a teacher. This is the same situation all across the country. We need better funding in our schools, a better system to deal with all of this. I blame Bill Gates. But it's not just Bill Gates' fault. Republicans, of course, have been defunding education, dismantling the Department of Education, and everything else that, you know, all the things that teachers need, they're just making it worse. Right? But really, like, there was already problems. Teachers were already stretched thin, have continued to be stretched thin, continue to be underpaid, underfunded, and then expected to turn our children into little geniuses. It's a lot. It's a lot to ask.
It's impacted our kids. We only get to see her once a week. We should be seeing her way more than that. But because of where she is stretched, she's not just at our school. She's at several other schools. And we just need more people in the door. We need to get that funding so we can get these kids these services. They're suffering without them. Could you imagine not being able to communicate and not knowing how and just not having the service provided to you? That is a crazy thing. We have to be doing more for these kids. They're literally our future. We're not going to make it as a country if we aren't teaching these kids the right things right now.
What is the message that you hope the people back in that building, that's the General Assembly building back there, what do you want them to take away from this out here?
That we're here and we're not giving up. We're going to get this funding. We're going to get it no matter if we have to march every single day. We want this for our students. We want this for our schools. We are here and we're ready to fight for it.
Speaking of funding, one of the things that you guys are asking for is a 25% raise for all educators across the board in the state. Why is that needed?
Because a lot of our teachers are working 2 jobs right now. Some of our teachers are going home and doing Instacart or Uber. We're not able to provide for our regular day lives. And
Teachers should not have to Instacart, okay? Teachers should be able to afford to Instacart. Teachers should be getting paid more. The teachers do more work. Every single teacher that you see here does more work on a daily basis than Elon Musk. Elon Musk sits around tweeting, and these people try and manage your unruly children with no money. And the lack of funding in the schools, unable to pay the bare minimum. You know, we're paying, honestly, the incentives in our society are totally fucked, right? Like, we continue to pay teachers, so much less than CEOs and athletes and, well, certain athletes. Movie stars. I mean, but, regular shit, too. A bunch of other shit. There's, normal-ass jobs pay so much more than being a teacher. Being a plumber pays more than a teacher, I'm pretty sure. Electrician pays more than a teacher. Any number of things in the blue collar work fields definitely pay more than being a teacher. Meanwhile, people like Elon Musk himself owns more wealth, capital. He's accumulated more wealth than the bottom half of the entire country. This is a ridiculous and unsustainable system, people. That cannot continue. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit in this broadcast. From what appears to be a local CBS channel, I guess. It looks like it's CBS. Although local CBS is whatever. Hit and miss. It's not your national regime-approved media. Although you do get national regime-approved media stories sometimes. Stuff like this is usually fairly good and necessary
that gap is so
to do
wide
this
now
job.
we can't hide it anymore. We know that our students deserve more. And we know the gap between what they deserve and what they actually receive is showing up in ways that we can't ignore. I see it in my students, you probably see it in yours too, when they're navigating anxiety and trauma without enough mental health supports in their schools. I see it in classrooms that have been without consistent teachers, where learning is disrupted and relationships are broken because the teacher had to make a choice, right? They had to make the choice to leave and go elsewhere so that they could make a livable wage. And as I reflect, I think to myself, what did it cost a student to go weeks or even months without a permanent teacher? What did it cost a child to sit in a classroom carrying burdens without access to mental health support? These are not just inconveniences. These are barriers. And over time, those barriers become setbacks that impact achievement, opportunity, and long-term outcomes. But let me be clear, this is not just a Guilford County issue. What we are experiencing here is a reflection of what is happening in underfunded classrooms across North Carolina.
Yeah. Republicans claim to care about the kids. You know, that's why women can't have health care. But then once it comes time to teaching them and funding, teaching them, paying teachers a fair wage, giving schools enough funding for supplies. Like, I've heard like horror stories of, you know, teachers having to buy their own fucking supplies for school, you know, like literally like markers and crayons and colored paper and stuff like that, you know, like that's insane. This is perfect. This is perfect. Okay, let's hear what this woman has to say. I mean, banana.
$58,000, $58,750 to be specific.
Wait, hold on. Go back. Further back.
And teacher pay. They also say that next year, the average teacher pay in North Carolina is actually going down. It's decreasing to $59,000. One of the teachers out here who's concerned about all this is Annie. Annie, your costume automatically caught our eye. What is this about?
This pay scale is bananas. They have proposed that well, first off, we haven't passed a budget in 3 years, I think. So this is what we're currently being paid as with a bachelor's degree, but
it's an incredible hat. I love that hat. Or I don't even know what to call it. It's like a hat mask. It's a hask. It's somewhere between it doesn't cover the face, although it slightly droops over it as a result of the peel. It's almost like a banana clava, if you will.
You are not funny.
Can't help myself. Okay.
So this is what we're currently being paid as with a bachelor's degree, but at 0 years of experience, they're suggesting that we get paid $53,000 a year. which is great. That's way more than what I made when I started 21 years ago. But at 25 years of experience, they're suggesting that we only get paid $58,000, $58,750 to be specific. And that's just ridiculous. What other industry have you ever heard of that 25 years of experience only gets you $5,000 of a pay raise? That's just insane.
Okay, I can't I can't move on from this due to the banana clava until I watch this clip. By the way, we're going to be saying the word banana clava a lot here. It's going to get worn out, but that's what happens when you come up with greatness. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it here? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect. I just need this, okay, everybody? Just...
And for the second time since he became president, Job heard the sweet...
Look, listen, there's never going to be a better time for me to watch this clip.
Sound of laughter.
They're laughing with me, Michael! They're laughing with me!
They're laughing with me! Okay, that's all I want. That's all I want. I am, in fact, laughing with this banana person. I think this is a fantastic head garment.
One is valuing the veteran teachers. I'm glad that we're trying to get new teachers in, but no one's ever going to stay. And we bring a lot of value as veteran teachers to the schools.
As a veteran teacher, how do you help the new teachers learn to do better?
So I'm a mentor, so every year I have one of our newer teachers that I work with, and we meet all the time. Usually it's somebody who's on my team that we plan with, but this year I've been so lucky. I got to work with my student teacher. She's from UNCC. I love her so much. Shout out to Rose. She has just done such an amazing job, and I had her all the fall. I had her once every week, and then she came in and started in January, and she's just been teaching all along, and I've been in the background helping out, piping in, answering her questions, helping her grow as a teacher, and she just got certified and she's graduating next week, and so it's my first
immediately,
time doing that,
if not sooner.
And veteran teachers are doing stuff like that all the time, helping out the new teachers, helping out the young ones, helping out pre-service teachers, and it's just I love doing it, and I feel like we need to be valued more for that.
If a lawmaker is watching this right now, what would you look in that camera and say to them?
I'd say that we need to value the veteran teachers. Look at this. This is insanity. This is not a livable pay scale.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Again, one of hundreds out here today protesting and raising their voice for more money for education.
Yeah, how can you only get 10% increase over 25 years? That's insane. Did Will Arnett slow down after BoJack? I feel like he's just been doing other shit. But like, didn't Flaked come after BoJack? I'm just trying to think. Was it? When was the first season of this? 2014. When was Flake? Flake was after that, wasn't it? They did like 3 seasons of that, didn't they? That was in 2016. So I think it actually, I think those two things happened simultaneously. I'm just realizing. I don't know. I have not been paying attention to what's been coming out lately. You know, this job requires me to stare at screens all the time, but it's always news and almost never entertainment. It's always news, trying to get the show together or doing the show. Never just sitting down and watching a new, you know, a new TV show, a new movie. It just doesn't happen enough. Is he podcasting? Interesting. The Will Arnett podcast. He's Canadian, isn't he? He's like from Toronto or something. All right, I lost my place again. All right, okay, yeah, we're done with North Carolina.
24 hours. I'm loving all the different themes
Down,
and different
leave it
ways
with
they're
that
trying to
banana.
catch.
Leave it off with that very informative banana with the chart. Continue down the path of these Mayday protests. Actually, we'll listen to one more person, one more teacher, I assume. I'm just trying to drag the show out a little bit more.
There's a big
for you people.
representation from the triad here, but also
Although we actually do have quite a lot of content. We could watch all of these. It would take us half a day, but trying to make it, reasonable length stream. How much do I actually have left? Let's see. Okay, cool.
Across the state. I want to introduce you to Sarah. She's one of the people who probably traveled the farthest today. A 3.5-hour bus ride this morning from Asheville. Why was it important to make the journey over to Raleigh?
Absolutely. I think it's important for as many educators as possible to show up and to communicate our really grave concerns for the state of education in this great state of North Carolina.
What are your grave concerns?
Funding. We need to be fully funded. The state legislators need to pass a budget, and teachers need raises. We need to order supplies. We need to fully fund school libraries, teachers' aides, support positions. I mean, the list goes on. And in my 22 years teaching, I've seen one cut after another, and it's really adding up. It's a story of 10,000 cuts are starting to bleed us out.
We're from Greensboro in the Triad area. All of us down there have been praying for you guys since Helene. What's it been like for the schools since Helene?
I mean, it's a community level traumatic event, and everyone was impacted in their own unique way. And, life has to go on, but it has been incredibly difficult. And I mean, literally the ground was taken out from under many of our students and our coworkers. Yeah.
How is it trying to tackle that without the money there to be able to fix things?
Right. I mean, it's an ongoing kind of perfect storm, one thing after another, and it feels also like an assault on the impoverished class. Teachers especially are asked to do so much with so little and fill so many different roles, and frankly, it's exhausting.
So you guys all from Asheville had these balloons tied up. I don't know if you can see this one. Yours says, if you don't mind me touching it, union rights now. Why do you want that?
We need collective bargaining rights. If the state legislature isn't going to support schools, then we have to band together.
And right now, that's something that you're not allowed to do in North Carolina under state law.
Correct. Correct. And I come from a long family of union leaders, so it's something near and dear to me. We should treat workers, you know, the way that they should be treated. We should have...
Yeah, you know, respect. Respect, dignity, enough money to live a vibrant, thriving life. Not just to scrape by. Healthcare, stuff like that. Although we really should just have Medicare for all. John Q. Public is Ben Shapiro. Oh my God. Is this John? Are you Ben Shapiro's sock account? Did you just say move to a different district? Because different districts pay different. You know, different districts costs more money to live in, right? And you'd have to have the money, of course, to move from your current home, which some people don't, especially those not, you know, making a great deal of money, right? You can make these claims, but you're just you're just like wild. You're just saying like wild shit with no basis in reality. Just move. Actually, if he does move, you can get paid more. All right, moving along to DC, USA Today with the live stream from 9 hours ago.
People, you say power. People, power. People, power. When I say immigrant, you say power. Immigrant, power. Immigrant, power. Immigrant, power. Immigrant, power. Immigrant, power.
Oh my God, Lady Liberty spotted at this protest. My God. Fuck yeah!
You say power, black. Power. Black. Power. When I say brown, you say power, brown. Power. Brown. Power. When I say working class, you say power, working class. Power. Working class. Power. Immigrant. Power. Black. Power. Brown. Power. People. Power. Union. Power. People. Power. Workers. Power. People. Power. Immigrant. Power. Black. Power. Brown. Power. Hey, give it up for yourself. One of my favorite chants. Everywhere we go, people wanna know who we are. So we tell them we are the people. We are the people. The mighty, mighty people. The mighty, mighty people. Fighting for justice. Fighting for justice. And our families. And our families. Everywhere we go. Everywhere we go, people wanna know. People wanna know who we are. Who we are. So we tell them. So we tell them. We are the people. We are the people. Mighty, mighty people.
Okay, hold on. This is a super long stream, 3.5 hours long to be exact. So I'm gonna go through some of the footage here, try and get a few bits and pieces. People marching here. Wait, are they marching? Can't tell. Looks like they're preparing the march. They're preparing it. It looks like there's a lot of people. As I'm going through this footage, it looks like there's. I can't quite tell. But it looks like there might be a whole lot of people for this march. Most protests, organized protests, do have initial organization. It would seem that we're at that moment. People are just gathering, getting the music going, signs out. Flags waving. Let me turn that down. The video is a little loud, I think. Freedom for migrants from Farm Bill to CCOT. Farm Bill to CCOT. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people here in DC. They are swarming the monument right now. Okay, I have a question again, and I feel like this does deserve an answer. Why are you constantly saying disjunct, meaningless sentences that seemingly are like directed at nothing in particular? This is at you, Less on Lesson. It's like, what do these things mean? Like you say, everything fits perfectly. You just randomly say the T virus. Like what are the why I'll forget hopefully. So it's everything question mark. There's a giant tally. You're just like constantly saying random things. Why are people not blessed? Be blessed. Sometimes I just wonder what the hell you're trying to get at. It's very confusing to me. Like sometimes you'll just contradict yourself in the same sentence. Like these are just immediate examples of things you're saying right now. But like, I feel like there's been a lot of sentences you say that I'm highly perplexed by. That's not counting the Jesus stuff. Or some of the more inappropriate things that you say. They're just like sometimes you just say complete nonsensical sentences that make me question what in the hell is going on over there. Are you AI? Like, why? Why do you do these things?
Keep us safe, y'all. The safest communities are not the communities that have the most resources. It's the safest communities are the communities that have the most resources, not the most cops. Right now, DC is under attack. We're in occupation. They get a lot of the budget, y'all. So if y'all want after-school programs, yes. If y'all want parks and rec to be funded, yes. If we want, safe zones for our kids to hang out in, yes. If we want teen dwelling parties, yes, yes. Yes. If y'all want to have a go-go, yes, yes. Yes. It needs to be what? Funded. That means they need to divest these funds
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this thing here. It's 3.5 hours long. 3.5 freaking hours long. When does the march start? I think it starts around here. We'll start walking. Yeah. There are thousands of people here. I know her. Is that... I can't think of her name. It's Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife? I can't remember their exact relation. I think they're married. Yeah, I think that's her. I don't know why I can't think of her name. I can only think of Kilmar's name. Probably because I said his name way more times.
The people united!
You know who I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, Shogi? He was one of the people that was wrongfully detained by ICE. Yeah, it's her. It showed up right here. Yeah, here it is. Boom. 10 hours ago. Mayday protest. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife. They even call her Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife. It's not just me. Jennifer Vasquez. There it is. Jesus Christ. She has her own identity, people. I get it. I get it. Kilmar probably gets more clicks. But goddamn. Okay, there we go. We did it. All right, I'm going to skip to the point where they start looking through the rest of the crowd. I just want to get past like the front to see how big this crowd is, because I get the sense it is fucking huge. Here we go. Yeah, show me the size of this crowd. No, you had the perfect height advantage. Wait, go back. Wait. No, tell me you didn't look all the way over. Oh my god, what a waste of... he goes up on a... This camera person goes up on a hill and then doesn't look right. This is the most wasted camera person opportunity I've ever seen. You go up on a hill and you don't look right to the rest of the protest? You look straight ahead of you? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? This is a ridiculous decision. It's a terrible life choice. Okay, you kind of get it there. You kind of get it. Okay, there we go. Okay, I take it back. Kind of did it. Okay. For fuck's sake, I was gonna say, how do you do that and not get the shot? How do you go through all of that? You walk all the way over from the front of the crowd not to get the shot. For a second, I had real doubts about this camera person. Oh, USA Today, you've skirted my ire for now.
We're making a line. Y'all need to take a step back. If you have a camera, if you are
I gotta say, it's good to see the United States out here on Mayday. I feel like too often Mayday comes and goes. The rest of the planet goes out and protests, but the United States doesn't celebrate, or whatever, however you want to call it, enough. But it seems like there was just a massive show of support across the country. And we're not even done yet. We've only made it to DC. Still gotta go all the way up the East Coast here. Okay, hold on. I've gone too far. Yeah, this crowd is humongous. The whole different giant part of the crowd with a whole different set of signs. Yeah, this crowd is humongous. It's got to be in the thousands. I have no idea how many, but a lot. Is that a donkey? Was that Eeyore? Hold on. Yep. Can't quite make what it says. Something America. Something in America. Thinking in America? I can't quite. What's that say? Going too fast. Okay. Well, clearly, a lot of people showing up in D.C. for this Mayday rally. Now, continuing our way up the coast. I almost forgot that we got that, too. This is going to be a fairly long stream. 5 hours in already. God, we could take another break right now. I really don't want this to drag on too long. So, I'm just going to go straight to Philadelphia. Sorry, everybody, no break. Straight to Philadelphia to another Mayday rally.
Breaking right now at 4 on CBS News Philadelphia. Chopper 3 is live over City Hall here, where demonstrators are gathering for a Mayday rally as we speak. You can see the crowd there getting larger and larger. Right now, road closures and restrictions are in place as the crowd gets ready to march down the Ben Franklin Parkway. Good afternoon to you, everyone. We are also streaming live on CBS News Philadelphia. I'm Natasha Brown.
And I'm Siafa Lewis. The demonstrators are pushing back against policies they say favor the wealthy. Similar rallies are taking place across the world.
Wait, nobody can see what's happening. Oh, no, it's terrible. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
CBS News Philadelphia's Madeline Wright is in Center City this afternoon, where the crowd is beginning to form. Good afternoon, Madeline.
Good afternoon, Siafa and Natasha. Right now, there are dozens of people here at City Hall for Mayday. This is one of thousands of rallies happening all over the country. Earlier today, demonstrators took their message to a busy intersection in Ardmore. Protesters lined all four corners of Lancaster and Ardmore Avenues to rally for workers' rights and economic fairness.
We're here because people will not accept less. There are billionaires taking over. Everybody's being asked to accept less and less, while billionaires keep taking more.
One woman held up a sign that said, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday," with a picture symbolizing U.S. democracy sinking. Organizers used the rally to criticize President Trump's policies, including his handling of the war with Iran.
Jumping into this war was totally ill-advised, with no forethought and no exit plan.
Drivers honked their horns in support as activists held American flags and signs.
Okay. Well, while we're in Philadelphia, may as well go over here.
And she was the first African-American woman to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives from the state of Missouri.
Oh, that's low
Cora
volume.
Bush unfortunately lost her race to Wesley Bell in a race that was determined entirely by AIPAC expenditure. I believe it was approximately $13 million that was dumped into the Democratic.
Most expensive House primary.
Yeah, it was between her and Jamal Bowman, who also got another $20 million in AIPAC expenditures in his race, on top of a redistricting that actually changed the demographics of his district. These were the two major AIPAC attacks that unfortunately worked in unseating these incumbents, and it was a huge victory for AIPAC. And part of the reason why
Well, I'm gonna skip ahead here.
I wanted to introduce you.
What do you recommend? What do you get here when you go?
I always get the original Palestine. I get chicken, the extra sauce. But my husband, because he likes a lot of meat, he gets the one with chicken and beef.
I'm gonna take this moment to set up the log real quick and
Okay.
the shot.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, Chad, I'm taking you away.
No worries, we're here to eat. So.
I'm realizing I cannot watch this. This is gonna make me so hungry right now. I am so hungry. I'm so hungry. I gotta skip this portion of it. Love Cory Bush, but can't do it. Can't sit here looking at food. Let's go to the rally.
What's the question? What did they say about? Is there like a place where a staging area for speakers and stuff?
Just got a
Okay,
mess.
can we go there? Yeah, we should go there.
Okay, wait, they just arrived.
Okay, probably over there. I don't think she's getting dropped off over here, is she? Let's go to the staging area.
All right, quick. All right, last one though. We gotta go.
It's not hard to figure. Where are the staging people? Take us there. Hi. Big fan, man. Thank you, man.
Guys,
Oh yeah, appreciate you too.
I'm taking you. We gotta run right now, but we'll be back. We'll be around. What's up, man?
Hey, sir.
Nice shirt.
Sure. Definitely.
That's good. Okay.
Suit guy does suit things now.
Yeah.
Why is Hassan dressed like he's in Miami Vice right now? Is he going to some kind of fight?
I need to do with him.
Especially while North City continues
Make a space.
Companions, what has the mayor of this city, Kara Spencer, told us? You know exactly where I'm going with this. So you see, your country is not just what happens inside the borders.
Hey, I'll be right back. All this food talk is making me so hungry. I gotta see if there's anything I can snack on right now.
It's also what it does outside of them. Whatever you allow your government to do internationally, the government will do to you here, right in St. Louis.
Corey. So we're gonna go up.
There is no separation between the workers of the world and the workers of Missouri. This is why ICE
We're not
uses
doing lapels now. We're doing
locally
shotguns.
the same tactics and equipment Israel uses against Palestinians. And this is why we must fight together and not on our own. To conclude, companions, workers, life begins at the end of our comfort zone. Today, Missouri and Illinois have left their comfort zone to say united to the billionaires ruining our dreams. No business as usual. You are bound to respect our rights. Look around you. Last year we were 100 people gathered for Mayday. Today we are thousands. Our movement is growing. So my last message to you, this is not a time to whine. This is not a time to complain about small things and differences. This is a time to fight and win. To the billionaires we say, unconditional surrender to the workers. Unconditional surrender!
I met you in DC at Perfect Times, but we wanted to make sure we were.
Our next speaker is Nikita.
Let's go! For what?
And last month, Washington platform, the former assistant secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, which is a parent agency of ICE, on campus. practical and operational necessity of ICE on a campus that is half composed of non-citizens. Meanwhile, they also crush student expressions and student groups for anything that they deem as political speech. I know I deserve better. I know that we all deserve better, and I also know that that is not going to be handed to me. And so last year, in October, when our chancellor was insisting on discussing with the White House about a compact, which is to surveil and discipline Black, brown, and queer students in exchange for federal funding, preferential access to federal funding, and likely a better tax rate from their $13 billion endowment. I organized with my fellow route workers, with the Metro Route Workers Union, to demonstrate that we will not be used as bargaining chips in some negotiations. In February, we delivered 200 handmade Valentine's Day cards to our chancellor. With handwritten messages from students.
I wonder why it's like not joining the TVU backpack.
And obviously we haven't heard back because organizing once or twice is not enough, and that's why I'm here today.
What?
We had an amazing rally.
When are we going up? I think one more person after this.
We're here to demand that WashU protect international workers and scholars by creating an emergency fund, a legal defense fund for students with status issues, for anyone with status issues, and for guarantees to academic status and degree conferral independent of visa issues.
Oh shit. Hassan gave a speech. I was not expecting this. Hold on.
We are here to say we are not done. We are not quiet. And we're not going anywhere. So when working families are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! What do we do? Stand up, fight back! What do we do? Stand up, fight back!
I've watched you since 2019. This is a dream, dude. It was awesome to see you. Thank you for being here. You help inspire me to get more involved, so I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. S-E-I-U. Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! We shut it down! We shut it down! We shut it down!
Come on, one more time for SEIU! Are you tired of being sick and tired?
That, weirdly enough, doesn't get a lot of notice in the.
Why can't I get to the spot where he like this at the beginning of the speech? There we go. There we go. Finally found it.
I hear you. What's going on, St. Louis? Wow. It's going to be a tough act to follow, those ladies. They really brought it, but I'm going to try my very best. It's a real honor to be here today on this beautiful day, International Workers' Day, Mayday, a day that we're here to celebrate, a day that, weirdly enough, doesn't get a lot of notice in the United States of America. Yeah, I wonder why. It's interesting. I feel like St. Louis doesn't get a lot of notice either, even though it deserves all the praise. I just traveled from Philadelphia, where
Okay, you don't have to praise him that much. We're here for St. Louis. Yeah, I traveled from Philadelphia to get here this morning, and someone stopped me at the airport. They were like, "Are you that guy? Are you that political commentary guy?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she said to me, "What are you doing in St. Louis?" And from what I understand, at least what many of you here in my community have communicated to me, a lot of people don't come to St. Louis, apparently. And I don't know why. Because it's a beautiful city, and there's a lot of beautiful people.
Oh, so he is in St. Louis. See, somebody was saying he was definitely in Philly, but this is in St. Louis. Also, he's saying exactly the same thing I was saying earlier. That it's weird that, you know, the United States doesn't celebrate its own history while International Workers' Day is celebrated around the rest of the world. You see protests all across the country, all across the planet, but then the United States, oftentimes not as much attention. Although, like I said, this year we're seeing a lot of people out there, which is nice to see.
But in all my travels, I've seen a lot of places like St. Louis. Places that have been left behind by wealthy corporations that pollute your waters, that steal your productive output, and then spend it on themselves. But today, and every day from here on out, we say no more. No more! For the longest time, I felt disillusioned, like many of you probably did as well. 2016, Bernie Sanders, we went out, we door knocked. 2020, the same thing. And in a sequence of defeats from corporate Democrats, there were wonderful gems that came out of that movement. People like Cori Bush, who I'm honored to be here with. People like Cori, who put ordinary folks like yourselves first in her campaign and in her legislative battles. People who put their bodies on the line to make sure that the eviction moratorium was halted, that the eviction moratorium continued, to make sure that those who are unhoused got the housing necessary.
Hold on, was that Donnie O'Sullivan? It is. It's Donnie O'Sullivan. He's just standing over here listening to a Hassan speech. Oh, it's hilarious. I love that image. I love that image of a CNN reporter just standing listening to a Hassan speech. That is honestly the best thing I've seen all week. Oh, it's a little gift. It's a little gift right there. Wow, wow, wow. But it says something. Does it not? I mean, sure, when Donnie O'Sullivan and Hassan are talking on the street on, you know, No King's Day, that was cool, or whatever, right? Like, I mean, it showed that the CNN cares about his opinion, right? But for him to just be standing here listening to a Hassan speech, I feel like it's a fascinating thing, right? It's like it speaks, I think, to like the legitimacy of Hassan as he continues to prove just that. You're waiting for him to strip off the suit and fly away, and I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think Hassan can fly.
The eviction moratorium was halted, that the eviction moratorium continued to make sure that those who are unhoused got the housing necessary. But there's a price. There's a price that people pay sometimes. That price was $9 million. $9 million, the second most expensive congressional primary. That's what it took for Israel to subvert the democratic process, to unseat a wonderful fighter.
Okay, real quick, I just want to update this so I don't forget. Although I still need to update this to the actual galactic deficit, which is, unfortunately, I've been doing the math in my head here today since I've only been awake. I've been streaming longer than I haven't been since I've been awake. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've been awake for 7. And I'll say thank you to Hefe Hertz, PayPal Dono. Still got to update this to the actual galactic deficit, which I will do here hopefully soon. I have so many things on my list right now that I need to do. It's kind of stressing me the fuck out. But I'll get it all done, I'm sure, at some point.
And put a APAC stooge like Wesley Bell in charge. To punish someone for saying the truth, to punish someone for being uncompromising. But what are we gonna do? I didn't say that. I'm already in enough trouble, and I don't want Corey to get into any more trouble. But while we were disillusioned for far too long, just as the speakers that came before me addressed, last year, they said there was 100 people here. This year, there's thousands. Because this movement is growing. There are ordinary folk just like yourselves who recognize right from wrong and who will fight back and who will have their voices be heard. St. Louis, are you with us? For far too long, we've been told you have to vote for harm reduction. We all know the Republicans are corrupt. We all know that they're monsters, they're racist, they traffic in hatred. But we are here to say we are no longer going to vote for do-nothing Democrats either. We're voting for Democrats with a purpose. And that's precisely why it is a great honor for me to be here alongside Cori Bush today and introduce to you, hopefully once again, the rightful candidate for Congress, Cori Bush, everybody.
When St. Louis is under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. When St. Louis is under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. What do we do? Stand up like that. What do we do?
Stand up, fight back. Oh, there we go. A little peek at the St. Louis Mayday rally. Utterly massive. Oh, well, I guess, of course this happens. Donnie O'Sullivan wants to have a conversation with Hassan, does he? Shock of shocks.
Alright, is this good?
He right here.
1 second.
He right here. He right here. More shout outs to my girlfriend in Colombia. I wish to have her immigrate here.
By the way, I don't know if everybody heard. I'll probably be covering this tomorrow's stream so long as I can put together a normal stream for tomorrow rather than just a, a live react stream to the Mayday protests. But Janet Mills dropped out. Governor Janet Mills of Maine dropped out of the Senate race. The primary, Democratic primary, leaving Graham Plattner basically a completely open field to take the win here, it would seem. Maine's actual primary voting day isn't for a little while, but with her gone, he doesn't have any real contenders left in the race.
Right here.
Over here.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
With the
Marsh
facing us.
Yeah.
You can't find Tony O'Sullivan.
All the time, Mito,
He's not that.
R.I.P. Mito, it's me. And chat, your oldest fan.
Oh, nice.
Okay, can I get a
photo? Yeah, sure.
This side? Let's shoot it this side. Thanks.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Hey, how we doing?
Feels like you're right.
Let's do it.
Coming at it.
Oh, hell yeah.
We got 3 copies. One went to my girlfriend and my parents, and you've got the 3rd.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. This is amazing.
We're doing a TrueAnon event in New York.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. This is your life now, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes.
It feels like you're running.
No, that's what people keep saying, but I'm not.
Would you ever?
No, probably not. Well, 2 reasons. One, I feel like I have a lot more impact this way because I've seen what it takes. Even the one day that I spent with Abdul in Michigan, it was, I mean, the burden is unbelievable. You have to dedicate your whole life to running in one race. So the way I see it is like, I make this calculation where I have no guaranteed victory and put all of my efforts into one race for myself, or I can just highlight real fighters that come from these different communities all around the country and be able to leverage the platform that I have to make sure that their voices are heard so they get a fair shake, because they're certainly not going to get it from corporate media or even the party at times.
Why Cori Bush? Why come here?
I mean, she's a real fighter. I really appreciate what she did when she was in Congress. I thought that it was unbelievable that AIPAC would spend so much money to unseat her as a warning to not just like punish her for saying the truth about what Israel was doing before anyone else developed the moral courage.
Rogue Gerb with some election recommendations in Kentucky. You should put those in the Discord. We have a whole, I've created a whole system in the Discord. Not only do I have the spreadsheet, I created a separate category for elections, for people to share information with each other and with me. Should get in there. That's the best place to put it. Because then I'll actually be able to look into it.
To do so, but also as a warning to other candidates as well. And I see my presence in a similar way. I think, you know, if you're out there for the people, if you're there for truth and justice, then I'll be there for you, and my community will be there for you, and that's why I'm here.
We were at the DNC together 2 years ago. That's when you were speaking out about U.S. Policy toward Israel. Obviously, that's also the year that Cori Bush lost her seat.
Yeah.
How have things changed when it comes? How have things changed in the last 2 years when it comes to the Democratic Party and Israel?
I think the Democratic Party hasn't changed all that much, unfortunately. There's.
By the way, just a reminder to anybody who's just right now joining the Discord, or people who've been in the Discord and think that nothing's happening in there. You need to accept the rules to get access to the Discord by reacting to them. You gotta click the little emote at the bottom of the rules section. That will grant you access. It's like magic. It's like magic. Except it's not. It's just coding, very simple Discord coding that grants you access as a result of having clicked a specific reaction emote that I have set arbitrarily. And yeah, that's the way to get access to the Discord. A lot of people fail to do this, and then I'm left wondering if they understand the rules or not. Sometimes if people join with names that I already recognize and they've generally followed the rules in the YouTube or Twitch chats, maybe I'll give them a pass and just give them the role. I've done that a few times, but I hate doing that. It's very annoying to me because I have to go through the whole list of members And it keeps getting larger, which makes it more and more difficult of a task. Time-consuming. Time-consuming my already, as we've talked about, very limited
aesthetic
guide.
posturing in the direction of the majority. But it's become undeniable that this is a major issue, a major contradiction, where there is a real divergence here in the interest of the population, and not just the Democratic base. Within the Democratic Party, it's 90-10, right? Only 10% of people want to continue supporting Israel, 90% want a ceasefire, 90% want to stop selling arms to Israel. But as far as the politicians goes, it's almost reversed. You know, you got 10% of the politicians, or maybe a little bit a larger percentage now, that are willing to abide by the moral center of the party, and not just the party necessarily, but the moral center of the country on this issue.
Is this a gamble for the Democratic Party? Because, you know, there's been a lot of heat on you the past few months. You went to Michigan, then the poll numbers went up. Are you concerned that in this primary process and pushing the candidates that you're pushing, you might end up hurting the Democrats nationally in a general election?
There's always a concern, but
I mean, this is what the conventional wisdom in Washington is, right? They're saying, well, you and others like you are pulling the party too far to the left, and you're going to alienate the American people.
Yeah, I've heard this concern a lot, but I'm not the first person who's heard concerns like this. They said this about Zoran. They said my allegiance with Zoran was actually going to hurt his chances. Andrew Cuomo tried to exploit that. He tried to really hammer on this point. That I was a dangerous radical, and so was Zoran by associating with me, and now he's one of the most popular politicians in the country. And I would say one of the best politicians in the country, as a matter of fact, because he's just doing the work, right? And people are rewarding him for it. As far as the...
Is the Twitch link not working for the Discord? It works for me. It takes me directly to the newsroom. So I don't know why that's not working for you. At least it tries to, but of course I'm signed in. Like I'm signed in already.
The conventional wisdom in Washington, I think for far too long,
Thank you,
the
Omega.
conventional wisdom in Washington was don't respond to the needs of the people. Always focus test your messaging and try to find a moderate centrist vision. And we're finding out that the Zoran-style candidacy, the Bernie-crats are rising up in popularity and fighting against the establishment and seeing tremendous success. First they said, oh, Zoran, he's barely going to win in New York. He's too radical. He's too far left. But that only works in New York. Once Zoran wins, they say, oh, that only works in New York. That won't work in a purple state like Maine. And now you got Graham Plattner, who was outperforming the governor of the state in Maine, and is hopefully going to defeat Susan Collins and flip a red Senate seat blue. So it turns out maybe this kind of politics works everywhere in the country, because there's workers everywhere in the country. And a politics that centers the working class is going to work anywhere.
Wow. There are workers all across the country. I think CNN is just finding this out for the first time right now.
You know, you've really blown up in the national political scene over the last 2 months or so. And there was a while there where there was a debate within the Democratic Party, and I think establishment media, to essentially say you're persona non grata. You know, you are cancelled, and it is damaging for candidates to be seen with you. Between Ezra Klein now and the Pod Save America guys, it seems like more and more Democrats are just getting on board with you, I guess, of realizing that you're speaking to a constituency that might matter. Just talk me through how these past few months have been. And, I mean, did you think you get cancelled?
I mean, I don't think I got canceled.
No, but was there a point where you were like, oh, this is going to work?
No. The reason why I never thought that is because I'm a leftist in America. I'm an anti-imperialist in America. This is the imperial core. My kind of politics was rarely ever heard of in American mainstream politics.
Yeah, Hassan was already canceled from the jump and then made himself into something. Right? Like the mainstream media didn't give a fuck about Hassan until he became so big that they could not ignore him.
Discourse. I think Bernie did a whole lot to open up that conversation to my kind of politics in 2016 with his insurgency, with his insurgent campaign that was awfully popular. And ever since then, this movement has grown. This movement has always existed in America, in American history. It's always.
Although I will say, it's not just because of Hassan's size and reach. I think it's about his message. Like at this point, they can't ignore the message. They just have to go on the attack. That's what I'm seeing right now. Some of them, they're like drawing lines. They decided that that he is a threat because he's a strong communicator who is speaking to a larger and larger audience, but to specific audiences that they really don't want him to be speaking to. And so they are like on the attack. Some people are just saying, no, actually he's fine. But I think like the orders somewhere are basically, we have to take out Hassan. I don't know what that plan looks like. Like, what is the plan on taking out Hassan? It's just to like be like, oh, you're gonna make Democrats lose, because that's basically what Dhoni's coming with right now. He's like, but aren't you worried about the Democrats losing?
Sometimes violently fought back against. And the way I see it is, I'm used to taking L's. I'm used to being sidelined. I never would have ever expected to get to any position of prominence whatsoever for simply saying the truth. So the idea that I have blown up in the past 2 months, from my perspective, is a little silly. I've been getting yelled at for being called a terrorist, an Islamist fundamentalist, a jihadist, a dangerous communist radical for damn near my entire career.
A communist.
The difference now is there's a whole lot more people here on my side, so it's nowhere near as impactful as it would have been maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago. I feel
2 years ago?
Even 2 years ago, I think. But I was receiving those attacks 2 years ago too. So,
but when it comes to, I mean, do you think, because Cori Bush obviously lost.
This is the weakest shit ever. Oh my god, he's getting cooked. Oh my god, Dhoni can't even come up with a sentence. What is going on, dude? You're a CNN presenter. Like, he's a nice enough guy. Like, I feel like he'd be, you know, like, like fine enough dude to hang out with. But like, man. He's really struggling to come up with attacks against Hassan right now, but you can tell that that's what he's trying to do. And it's making me lose respect for him so quickly right now. It's like, why are you doing this? Why is this helpful? It's because Hassan is making actual... He's making actual change happen, I think. I think it's because he's making actual, like, electoral change happen by getting behind candidates, right? He's drawing out young audiences to see him. I mean, look at some of the faces around here. Look at all the young, smiling faces listening intently to what Hassan's saying right now. One over here, too. They're all over the place. They all want to know what Hassan's up to, and he's supporting Cori Bush right now. He's supporting Abdul Al-Sayed right now. He's supporting Graham Plattner right now. He's supporting all these people right now. And they're realizing that that could be problematic, right? Like, that could be very problematic for them. If he starts doing, this is what I've been talking about, though. This is exactly what I need Hassan to do. I literally said this a few weeks ago. I was like, I need Hassan to start doing the primary rush. Okay? Like, for the rest of the year, I need Hassan to just focus in on the goddamn primaries. I know he's got a lot of stuff to say, but because of who he is, like, if he could just focus in on the primaries right now and, like, push all these candidates, that can have serious implications.
Here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
A big part of that because of what her position on Israel.
Yeah.
Do you think that politics in this country has changed enough in 2 years that she could regain her seat now?
Absolutely. I 100% believe that. And it's not just about Israel as well. I see Israel as a litmus test of how responsive you are to the needs of your constituents. If a politician is so afraid of being on the receiving end of the foreign lobby's money faucet in the way that Cori Bush was, and that's the reason why they can't speak out on Israel convincingly, even when their constituents are demanding it, then they're not going to preserve democracy. They're not going to fight back against the Republicans. They're not going to fight back against the real estate lobby. They're not going to fight back against the malign influences that go far beyond Israel in American politics. And they're not going to make the necessary changes that improve the material conditions of the wonderful working class people here in St. Louis. And the same goes for every other district in this country as well. So I think people are now seeing that reality. And that's precisely the reason why the Democratic Party is trying to find a reasonable, moderate middle ground here, where they say, oh, we don't want AIPAC dollars, but J Street sponsorships are fine.
Yeah, as if there's some like tangible difference between the two. Oh God, you're new to Discord. We should have like a Discord tutorial section in our server for people who are noobs. I don't think about that enough. Also, while we're talking about Discord a bunch right now, since it's also the place we're doing election stuff and all these other things, and I'm considering creating another Discord server specifically for like live call-in type stuff. Just so I can separate those two things, right? Because I think I'm going to make that one more public. The regular Discord is, the only way to find it is getting a link in during a live chat. So you have to be fairly, up in here in the community to get in. But I'm thinking about making that one like public. If there's anybody who either knows a lot about Discord already or who is interested in learning a lot about Discord that would be interested in also helping out with the moderation of the Discord, I'm looking for Discord specific mods. I mean, I may wind up, we may need more mods in Twitch and YouTube in the future as well. But right now I need people who are like genuinely good at Discord, who like know how it all works, knows how the different sort of applications work, how like how to set settings. It's like there's a lot to it, and I've spent a lot of time myself learning. Is why I was able to make the the server as good as it is. But it would be nice to have at least one other person who knows at least as much or at least close to as much as I do, if not more, about Discord, to help me facilitate some things. Just generally speaking, I have so many things on my list right now, and I'm so overwhelmed. Suddenly lost this source of income, as well as like, $700 overnight. And I'm just feeling more overwhelmed by my list than I have in quite some time. So here's me reaching out to the community right now. And so that description sounds good to you, please reach out to me on the Discord. which I assume you're already in.
Where they're trying to find a way to continue maintaining support for Israel, but not get punished by the voters for their support for Israel. So the struggle continues, of course, but I do believe that that voters will reward Corey for being a fighter and never yielding, because that's exactly what's necessary right now. And I do have a lot of hope that clearly people are demanding this kind of politics now, and we're seeing that happen all around. And we're also seeing it in some way, in some perverse way, with the way that people are attacking me. I think that's exactly the reason why people are attacking me. Because I'm unbossed, I'm unbought, I'm only accountable to my audience, I'm only accountable to the people I care for. I have no corporate sponsors, and I think that drives a lot of people crazy, because I'm not bought in, right? Because I think a lot of people, in one way, shape, or form, are bought into the system. If they have a big corporate donor, if they're a politician, or even if
You just downloaded TikTok? Look, you know, I don't blame anybody for not getting into TikTok. It's a completely different format of video, right? And for some people, it's just not their thing. And me personally, I struggle. I find it a little annoying. My opinion on like the short streams, like the vertical streams, is I feel like it sucks my attention in a way that the regular ones do not. And like I don't like it. Don't get me wrong, there's some good things I find, but there's something about that format that I feel like sucks my attention more than other formats. The normal format. Other formats. The normal one that we've all lived with for so long. And I have not really gotten into TikTok. Like, we have a TikTok. I do not post to it. We tried streaming to it for a minute, which I guess maybe I should try and go back to, but good God.
they're an influencer, even if they're working for corporate media, for example, they have an obligation to their sponsors to a certain degree. And I don't have that. And that's why I say how I feel and keep fighting for the things that I fight for. And that is a very dangerous predicament for those who control the levers of power and those who have benefited from a somewhat subservient media apparatus and certainly a...
Although, speaking of platforms, Patreon is becoming an actual platform now. They've made huge changes over there in recent days. Like, literally this year. So, in this month. Technically it started in April, I think. So go follow us on Patreon. You don't have to become a member. Just start following us, because we're going to start posting over there just like we do to YouTube, probably, or in similar ways, as well as continuing to try and do the other Patreon benefits there. I might also migrate all of our streams over there from YouTube. Not like the live streams, but the physical copies themselves. I was halfway through doing that, but I've paused it because I might like re-upload them all and make sure I get them in order. Because I realized now that we have the YouTube channel, I can do a more full and comprehensive upload to Patreon. So I might actually like delete all the old stuff, or just start. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'll do. I'll probably start deleting the old stuff and then start uploading the new stuff. I just don't want I want to make the, now that it's becoming a real social media platform and not just like a paywalled, what do you call that, really? It's like almost like a clubhouse. It's like a content clubhouse before. It's now a real thing.
Servile political class.
I feel like this is a media story, right? I mean, what you're doing, what this movement is, because I think to the point you made earlier, for so long, places like yours were not on CNN, were not on CNN.
They still aren't. You only hear about me on CNN when Jake Tapper or Dana Bash talks about me. They don't ask me to come on CNN.
You've been on CNN plenty with me.
Well, I've been on with
Alex.
you.
But when it comes to the criticism of you on CNN or elsewhere, I mean, there is this an ongoing debate in this country about the difference, or if there can be a difference between being critical of the government of Israel, being, I think you call yourself anti-Zionist. Many.
Can there be a difference? Oh my god. This is the worst. This is the fucking worst. Donnie is really, really pissing me off today. What is it with this disingenuous bullshit? Alright, I'm moving past this nonsense interview to this. And is it just me, or is Hassan walking around with security all of a sudden? Is he like getting like a fuck ton of threats against his life or something? Like,
And we're helping facilitate getting the right people, you know.
So you want me to ask Tori questions?
Yeah, either way, just have a conversation for 5 minutes and then we pass the mic to the next person.
Right.
Okay. That work?
Oh, thank you so much.
And you got it. Stand wherever you need to.
I'm not going to get in front of that.
Are we ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Am I ever going to get remonetized on YouTube again? I have no idea. I still don't know why I've been demonetized. They just gave me a vague overview of the things that you can get demonetized for in terms of what inauthentic means. It means a whole bunch of vague nonsense. I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure out what I need to do. Like what I should do. I've been trying to formulate a plan on how I move forward on this. I've just been so overwhelmed lately. Like, just first off, just trying to like cope with that like new change in reality. That's been a little tough. But then also the fact that I've suddenly lost a fuck ton of money. And so, like, I just feel like my what do you call it? The space in my brain, like I feel like it's just taken up. Like my thoughts are just like I can't get as much done because all I'm thinking about is, okay, how do I deal with this? Can I even deal with this? You know, I'm skipping this discussion for now. Maybe we'll listen to it tomorrow. That's it for Hassan today. I would love for the channel to get remonetized, and I know that they're not responding to the Twitter posts. I don't know what to do about it. They didn't respond to mine either. They really don't seem to care. All right, let's move it along to New York City. Midas touch with the live stream from 10 hours ago.
All right. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Coup. We are live right in front of the Wall Street Stock Exchange in New York City on Mayday, where protesters are starting to block the entrance at the Wall Street Stock Exchange. This is one of thousands of protests set to occur around the country today. We're live here. Hold on. And here they're trying to block the entrance. You see the police headed. Share this live stream. Smash the like button. You see police blocking trying to stop the protesters from getting over the fence. They're chaining themselves to the entrances of the Wall Street Stock Exchange. This is for a Mayday protest, which today there's thousands of protests happening around the country. Organizers are urging Americans to not shop, not go to school, and not work. So we see right now 2 entrances being blocked by protesters, and they're jumping over the fence right here. You see shirts that say "Workers over Billionaires." And right there, you see them chaining themselves to entrances and exits of the Wall Street Stock Exchange, where Wall Street traders work. And right now, there's more protesters and security and police. Smash the like button, share this live stream, get this out to as many people as possible. Again, this is one of many protests for Mayday. As far as I can see, we are the only independent outlet out here, so please support us. We are on the ground across the country today. We're live here in New York City. We're going to be live in Chicago. We're going to be live later in New York City again, and we also will be live in Minneapolis. Right there you see police struggling, trying to stop this woman from chaining herself to a guardrail right outside the entrance. Their shirts say "No work, no school, no trading." And whoever's editing right now, definitely get this out on social media these moments. You see folks waving over here. And what's interesting is there's protesters, but this is also an area where there's commonly tours. There's commonly tours given for tourists by the Wall Street Stock Exchange.
Yes. What a sight. Gotta see all of the corruption up close. Gotta see what all that Wall Street money buys in person.
You see right there on the floor? Yeah. So a police officer right now is holding one protester with his arms behind his back. He's not cuffed yet. His shirt says "No work, no school, no trading," and they're chanting, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, billionaires have got to go." And let me just give you a couple stats here on Mayday so you understand why the hell these people are out here and why.
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing, but a number of these protesters were eventually arrested by police. Skip a little ahead.
And we also might be live in Minneapolis around 5 o'clock Eastern, so we're going to have Mayday covered like a glove. This costs a lot of money to do this on-the-ground reporting. You know, frankly, let's face it, folks, we got a digital diarrhea out there. There's way too much content. Everybody, their mother and their dog has a YouTube channel, a TikTok, and is suddenly an influencer. But how many of them are actually out on the ground with the people showing you, covering what the corporate media covers up? That's why I sincerely ask you, if you can support us, statuscoup.com/join. You can support us for as low as $5 a month. That's 16 cents a day. We do not have funding from United Healthcare, Wall Street, big donors who buy off Republicans and Democrats. Our funding is from you, the people. And that's how we fund this. It's extremely hard to do it this way, but it's also extremely liberating to not have to answer to corporate fucks and vampires. So please support us, statuscoup.com/join. You can also donate. That's statuscoup.com/donate. And super chats are welcome also. Let's show you more what's going on here. Billionaires are clowns. You see that sign, so that's part of why some people are wearing clown noses.
And we think that all of that wealth that they created were created on the backs of laborers, of workers. of teachers, of construction workers, of restaurant workers, yeah? Amazing. Can we name a couple other people who worked off the backs of? Indigenous people. Who else? Black and brown people. Black and brown people. Farmers, yes. And we think all of that wealth that they've made up of our backs, our labor.
I love how she suddenly had a mental block and decided to crowdsource it. It's a beautiful thing. Everybody chimed in and was very helpful.
The communists. Our time, our creativity should be redistributed to benefit everyone. Yeah? Amazing. Let's go over a little bit about the people who work here. New York City is home to 123 billionaires in this city alone. More than any other city in the world, with a combined wealth of $759 billion. Boo! $759 billion! Exactly. That ain't right. And while they get richer, life gets more expensive for us.
It's true. All right, I'm skipping ahead.
So right here is a pro-Israel protester chanting "Am Yisrael Chai." They are trying to disrupt. They're trying to disrupt the protests. Others are chanting genocide.
This is deranged and idiotic.
That they've detained.
I love that the police detain the protesters, but then let the counter-protesters just do whatever they want. It's always great. Just gotta stay.
I don't know why, because
inconsistent.
she's just covering the event. And to your right, you see 5 protesters, including one with a nose clown, locked arms in front of that entrance. There are, they got confetti too. And there also are protesters down to our left, blocking the entrance. So this is well organized. I would say they always find an excuse and rationale for why they can't do big things when they do have power. But I just want to read to you some of these stats because it's just shocking and explains to you why people are out here.
Okay. You just posted 2 links of poll numbers and stream suggestions. Poll numbers. Poll numbers? Poll numbers for what? All right, let's get one interview here out of Jordan.
Ma'am, can I ask you, you're so passionate, what brings you out here today?
Because people are suffering, people are dying, the rich get richer off the backs of poor and working class people, and it's time that we stand up and there has to be a change. There are people that are literally suffering. You have homeless people. You have people that are losing their health care. You have people that are overdosing. You never hear the president talking about that. You have, if they tax the rich in New York State, we're only asking for a tax on people that are making $5 million or more for a 0.2% tax on them. And that would generate enough money to fund HAVP, to fund C defects, and to feed literally thousands and thousands of people. And so we're out here, we're fighting for not only ourselves, we're fighting for our communities, we're fighting for our future generations, and we're saying no more, no more. Tax the rich and feed the poor. We're not asking, we're talking about tax billionaires.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Not people that make $5 million or more. And that's not a big ask. That's not a big ask. It's just about being humane. It's just about being empathetic. Like, come on. They won't even... Come on! Feel it. Their children's children won't even feel it. So we're out here, we're fighting. We fight in the rain, we fight in the snow, we fight in the sun because we care, and our people, our communities are crumbling. You have the elderly, you have the HIV positive people that are losing their housing, they're losing their health care. And if you don't have health care coverage and you're HIV positive, that's a death sentence. And who decides who lives or dies? Who decides who eats or starves? It's not right.
And all this is happening as we're spending.
It's not right. She's right. All right, now. Can't leave New York without hearing from the mayor. He spoke at the Mayday parade. Here's a clip from that.
Please give a loud Mayday welcome to New York City Mayor, Zoran Kwame Mamdani.
Good afternoon, New York City! How we doing? How we doing? Happy May Day, everybody! I want to say thank you first and foremost to the organizers, the activists, and the hard-working men and women of New York City. Let's hear it for them. Now, I would not be standing in front of you as the mayor of our city were it not for the support of working people. And it is such a pleasure to be back here with all of you in Washington Square Park, the cradle of worker power. Time and again, New York City workers have shaped history from where we stand right now. We speak of Eugene Debs calling for the 8-hour workday and the end of child labor, where 20,000 plus called for change after the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire in 1911. Workers have won the rights that are taken for granted today. The 40-hour work week, the weekend, overtime pay, minimum wage, Social Security, workplace safety standards. These have all been won by the workers who came before us. And yet we know that those rights are not inevitable. We have to work together to not just protect them, but to advance that same agenda. And our City Hall is committed to doing everything we can to put working people right at the heart of that agenda. That is why we have delivered millions of dollars to workers and small businesses who are being ripped off by mega
corporations. That is why we appointed the first ever deputy mayor for economic justice, Julie Sue. That is why I stood there alongside NISNA nurses and Starbucks workers on the picket line. And that is why we continue to fight for those who power this city as we look to deliver universal child care, faster buses, cheaper groceries, protecting our neighbors from the cruelty of ICE. And yes, working to tax the wealthiest and the most profitable corporations in New York City. Now we know that one of the best ways to uplift worker power is to stand with our unions. There is no New York City without unions. A union town that is union strong. I want to ask you a question, and I'm going to give you a hint. The answer is always union workers. Who built the Empire State Building? Who keeps the magic alive on Broadway? Who drives our buses and cleans our streets? Union strong is more than just a slogan. It is a practice of solidarity. And I want to acknowledge and thank the president of the New York City Central Labor Council, Brendan Griffith. Let's hear it for Brendan. Let's hear it for Murad Al-Wahdeh, the executive director of the New York Immigration Coalition. Let's hear it for all of the staff and the workers at the CLC and the NYIC. Every volunteer, marshal, and committee who made this Mayday what it is. And the 60-plus unions and organizations that are here with us today. In the words of Samuel Gompers, you can't do it unless you organize. Together we will show the world what solidarity means. That a people united, a people organized, cannot be defeated. So when I say union, you say strong. Union! 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 Happy Mayday, New York City!
Well, there you go. That was Zorman Dani speaking earlier at the Mayday parade. I don't have footage of the parade. I'm sorry. I screwed up. Look, I assumed that the status coup clip that I had was the parade. Not my fault. It's Jordan's fault. But we got a different view of things. We got both. We got what's happening in multiple places. So in a way, it's like we've won. We've won something. I don't know what it is. Alan's gonna look at some of the Mayday protests around the world. Philippines. Disregard the subtitles. It's from the New York Post. Istanbul, Turkey. Chile.
Billionaires in this planet. Remember, smash the like button, share this.
I think I just heard Jordan just.
He sexually assaulted a teen.
All right, now to Paris. By the way, here's some fun facts. Here's a fun fact. Go back. Repos du prolo it's like a slang phrase, which basically is like, don't touch my first how do you translate this? It says, don't touch my first it's like month. The 1st of May. No, if my 1st of May, Repos du Prolo is it's like referencing the proletariat, right? I forget the exact transition. It's like free the proletariat or something. God, how do you? I can't. Literal translation is I'm losing it. But it's not literally free. What is that mean?
Alors si je continue à payer un loyer, ils vont être obligés du coup de encore là
Right. I think it actually means rest. So it's basically saying give the proletariat a break. But I think it's slang technically. Lot of people in France. Mayday is a big day in France. Everybody shows up, as you can clearly see. Take back the money. All of it. Some of the most French yelling I've heard. I want to hear. Wait, go back. So some of the French is yelling. We've been here a while. Yes, that's top tier French yelling right there. Is what that is. You can see there's something burning quite furiously in the background. You look over here. There's a cloud of smoke. Of what, I do not know. I assume it's fireworks and flares. There does tend to be not just normies enjoying the day as it drags on. Sometimes at the early stages of it depends on the day, I feel like. But things do get out of hand in the Paris. Well, I don't know about out of hand, but they get pretty chaotic, I guess perhaps is the way to put it. Pretty chaotic. A lot of fireworks and flares and things. Not from the police. Well, the police too, but the protesters. Constantly bringing things like smoke bombs. Mostly because they're... most years they're just facing off against the police. It's just like Mayday is the day when Parisians come out into the streets to face off against the police. I mean, sure, it's also a day that everybody celebrates because French love a break, but at some point there is like small skirmishes, I guess you might call them. Like, honestly, I've seen Maydays where the police look genuinely terrified of them. Actually, on multiple occasions. In fact, I've seen the police look like utterly terrified on Mayday. Like, of just the French people. Which I think is technically the point of today. When you think about the history of the day. There you go, the French police on the scene. All right. Well, we're just going to keep going through these here. What else do I got? Almost out of clips, by the way. Great job, everybody. Oh, no, my soundboard went out again. Son of a bitch. I'll pretend that I'm clapping for you all right now. I just can't do it. This is very annoying.
In the streets of Manila, workers were frustrated this May 1st. Hundreds wielded signs calling for a living wage and no oil price hikes, while others had a message for their government to resist what they called US imperialism. Tensions rose outside the US embassy when demonstrators clashed with police, with the conflict in Iran front of mind for many.
At first, you might think there's no connection. But as we saw when the war in the Middle East broke out, crude oil and gasoline prices shot up. There's a domino effect. Prices increase across the board. Gasoline prices rose by more than 100%.
In Indonesia, home to Southeast Asia's largest economy, the mood was more measured this International Workers' Day, but domestic concerns were still prominent, alongside worries over global instability.
In the current situation, there has been improvement. But on the other hand, our welfare is still lacking.
With the current state of war, labor conditions are also being affected. For example, raw materials are becoming increasingly difficult to find and expensive.
While in Turkey, police in riot gear moved to forcefully shut down demonstrations around Taksim Square, a site long seen as a symbol of labour resistance where protests are banned. Turkish police also made arrests ahead of this year's May 1st events, but the crowds persisted despite tear gas and the risk of being detained. Over 160 countries commemorate Mayday every year. And while many use the day off to rest or travel, for others it is a moment to demand better pay, better conditions, and a say in the crises shaping their lives.
Yes, indeed. You got a glimpse there from Mayday. Celebrations from all over the planet. Final video is from the AP. This is just a live stream that they posted of different Mayday celebrations, I believe, from across the world. Where is this? Turkey? No. It is Turkey, I think.
Tekstilciler, dericiler aramızda. Hoş geldiniz sevgili dostlar. Sosyalist Emek Partisi 1961 yazı ortalarında Küba'nın resmini çok şükür bugünü de gördüm. Ölsem gam yemem gayrının resmini yapabilir misin üstad? Göle Demokrasi Platformu aramızda. Hoş geldiniz arkadaşlar, hoş geldiniz.
This appears to be in France. Paris, if I'm not mistaken. Which we just got done looking at, so... I can't tell where this is. Is this Spain? Portugal? As you can see, millions of people worldwide coming out and protesting. I think this is Mexico.
Y compañeros de la flotilla que fue para Palestina a dejar alimentos que no están solas, ¿verdad? Entonces gritamos, no están solas, no están solas, no están solas, no están solas, no están solas. Para todas las trabajadoras sexuales. Acá mira, bandera roja, levante.
Okay. Perfect. And we'll, I think we'll end it there. 6.5 hours. Good God. Wasn't sure how long it would take to get through all of that, but we did it. Great job, everybody. It was a pleasure having you all here on this Mayday to celebrate together. By the way, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And don't forget that programming like this is brought to you by viewers like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways out there for you to do that. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Still makes me sad not to be able to say YouTube, but that's where we're at right now, unfortunately. Maybe one day that will be rectified. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, BB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Ring, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, and Emily S. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.